competition for these two sides in the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. We say hello and welcome from the outskirts of Oranjestad. I'm Sam Goldfarb. Should be a fun one today, 80 degrees. The sky's beginning to clear up. It's been a rainy morning in Aruba, but now the clouds starting to clear, and that makes for better playing conditions for all involved. Temperatures also a little more temperate than it has been earlier in the week. Temperatures consistently pushing high 80s, low 90s for the bulk of this week. But here today, it is just 80 degrees, so it makes for a slightly more bearable playing experience. Obviously, for these two Caribbean nations, they are used to warm temperatures, so that should not be off-putting by any means. It is an interesting setup here, a pair of sides that entered the competition with vastly different expectations. A Curaçao squad that entered with the hopes of challenging for a Group D crown. Unfortunately for them, a defeat to Belize in shocking fashion rendered that almost impossible, especially after falling 1-0 to Jamaica on the final day of group play. And despite finishing second in the group on goal difference, still 6 points off of the pace Jamaica set. Would have been a tall order to win the group, but I'm sure they would have been hoping to be on a level playing field with the Reggae Boys heading into the final day of group play, undone by 2 goals in the final 10 minutes against Belize. On the other end, St. Kitts and Nevis, they entered in a group with Guatemala and the Dominican Republic in Group F, and I'm sure expectations would have been to just try and play your best football as possible and hope you can stay competitive. Unfortunately for them, it unraveled rather quickly. A 4-0 defeat against Dominican Republic on the first day of group play, and never truly rebounded until it was too late. They did win 6-0 2 days ago against the British Virgin Islands, but already out of contention for that Group B crown, and as a result, into this final position match as the third place finisher in Group F. So it sets the stage We welcome you back to the island of Aruba, where we are just about set for kickoff in this League B final position match between St. Kitts and Nevis in the red strip and Curaçao in the white strip. We talked about it a little pre-match here. Both these teams entered the competition with different expectations. St. Kitts and Nevis hoping to test its mettle. Curaçao with an outside shot at potentially winning Group D. Neither materialized, though, and we find ourselves here as we get a look at St. Kitts and Nevis' 11, brought to you by Travis Rogers, the headman. You get a look up front. Isaiah Bradshaw leads the line, and in behind as that number 10, Adondre Eddy, looking to pull the strings. Victor Hart Jr. also between the sticks. He is a Colorado Rapids Academy player, so keep your eye on him to make an impact between the sticks. Our captains getting set to exchange pleasantries here. It is a pair of number 10s, Yerim Peternella, as well as Adondre Eddy. We'll chat with our officiating crew, which is consisting of this bunch. Andrew Samuel, our lead official, Jorginho Vasquez, and Prince Albury, his assistants. Nick Manan Badeau is the fourth official. These two teams, frequent features in League B. They square off to round out their competitions as our captains exchange pleasantries with Andrew Samuel. For Curaçao in the white kit, they trot out a lineup filled with talent at the under-15 level. It is somewhat surprising that they were not able to enter the final day level on points with Jamaica. It was the meltdown against Belize in the final 7 minutes, which rendered their hopes of winning the group very unlikely, and then fell to Jamaica 1-0 on Wednesday. They've had a day to regroup, and now it's a chance for them to at least end on a positive note. That you look at their 11, this is one filled with talents that actually play in the Dutch youth ranks. Keep your eye on Chris Tujihout, the Ajax Academy player, and then as you head further up the pitch, Yazian Cardoza plays for NAC Breda. Yerim Peternella, who plays in Curaçao, has been excellent at times this tournament. The dynamic number 10, making everything happen. The question is, which of these sides will end their campaign on the bright note? St. Kitts and Nevis, 3 points in their group, winning against British Virgin Islands in the final day. Curaçao opened group play on the right foot and then fell in their final 2 matches. It has led these two to be matched up here in the knockouts of this tournament as they round out their competitions. St. Kitts and Nevis in the red kits, going from left to right on your screen. Curaçao in the white with black numbers from right to left. We await our referee Andrew Samuel's signal as we begin yet another day of Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship action. The final day for both of these squads in League B. And we are off from Aruba. St. Kitts and Nevis and Curaçao in the final position match here in League B is underway at the Stadion Jose Weaver. Sam Goldfarb bringing you all of the action. A pair of teams that finished group play on 3 points apiece. For Curaçao, that came in the opening match, and then an underwhelming close to the group stage. For St. Kitts and Nevis, they enter on the high note off the back of their 6-0 drubbing of the British Virgin Islands. We welcome you in. Sam Goldfarb, excited to bring you every step of the way here this morning. It is an intriguing clash of styles. You can expect Curaçao to be on the front foot, but they were on the front foot against Belize, and it didn't go according to plan. As Jordyson Kuiman runs out of real estate on the near side, one of 4 Dutch Academy players in the Curaçao 11 for La Familia Azul, taking on the Sugar Boys of St. Kitts and Nevis. Barrios. And it comes out to Adondre Eddy, who's got a bit of room to roam now. Just left it dangling. Well, you always wonder the mentality of squads coming into a match like this. Obviously, Curaçao, after reaching the knockouts in 2023, would have been hoping to do the same this year. And with the way that group's play ended, you get the sense that it was a slight disappointment, despite obviously being drawn in a group with favored Jamaica. So you wonder how they put that on the back burner and approach this morning's festivities. St. Kitts and Nevis, meanwhile, realistically speaking, few outside of the actual team would have expected them to progress out of their group. And they ended things on a high note, very high note, against a British Virgin Islands side that actually is ranked above them in the U-17 rankings, which was used to define who made what league in this tournament. So perhaps they enter sensing a greater degree of opportunity to make a statement. There is your look at the goalkeeper, Victor Hart Jr., American fans familiar with him, especially super fans, signing with the Colorado Rapids Academy this summer after playing with Houston Rangers prior to that. Actually opened the tournament behind Brian Collins, who enjoyed a promising opening half of play against Guatemala against Dominican Republic, I should say, before things unraveled rather quickly in their group opener. It is a side, though, that only fell 1-0 at the hands of Guatemala. There's a cross in. It is charged away by Barrios. Peternella. This is Thiago Schob. It is an interesting concentration of players for Curaçao. We've mentioned the heavy Dutch contingent. Of course, Curaçao a Dutch island. As here's a chance brewing for La Familia Azul. Ushered wide now. Flornas is offside. And may have had the goal at his mercy had he not been. Early possession. Kuiman just loses it. Well, talking about the concentration of this Curaçao side, obviously a heavy contingent from Curaçao's top flight, the youth ranks at the likes of Sea Star United and beyond, but given that Curaçao is an overseas Dutch territory, there are a few Dutch-born or players making their trade in the Netherlands who have elected to represent La Familia Azul at the youth international level. I've already mentioned the likes of Jano Royer, as well as Chris Tujihut, Zion Cardoza, and Jordyson Kuiman, all playing their club football in the Netherlands at the moment. Kuiman loses out briefly. Maybe something brewing. Bradshaw floated away. And ushered back to Victor Hart Jr. Can expect him to be under fire for large spells. Curaçao, with the exception of the Jamaica match, has bossed the run of play, especially to open proceedings. The question is, can they turn it into goals? Just 2 goals throughout the entirety of the group stage. 1-0 victory over heavily favored Aruba, and then after jumping out in front against Belize, things went awry rather quickly at the death, conceding a penalty in the 69th minute and falling in the dying embers. A reminder, these are 35-minute halves in the Concacaf Boys Under 15 Championship. As a result of the shortened halves, teams with an 18-man allotment for their rosters. So players getting significant minutes, with them playing back-to-back-to-back days often throughout the group stage. figure a day's rest does wonders in a scenario like this. This is Kuiman. Cutting in on his right. Marshaled well by the St. Kitts and Nevis back line. The Sugar Boys up for the test early. There is your look at the captain, Adandre Eddy, at 15 years of age. Someone who ranked top 10 nationally in goals throughout the youth ranks by late November of last year. So a very progressive-minded midfielder for St. Kitts and Nevis. The question is how much time he actually will have on the ball today to try to influence things. Against the likes of Dominican Republic and Guatemala, it was rather little. And then in the British Virgin Islands match, a welcome return to dominance. Kuiman. Run out of play, and just a goal kick. For St. Kitts and Nevis, another campaign in which they fall short of the knockout stages. Team that was the lowest ranked nation in Group F. And in their fifth Concacaf Under-15 Boys Championship, managing just 3 points. A side that has never achieved more than 3 points in a single tournament on the U-15 level. Pales in contrast to Curaçao, which, as we've already mentioned, made its way into the quarterfinals of League B 2 years ago, fell to Martinique by a 4-1 scoreline. That was their first and only knockout stage that they've qualified for in League B. Loose touch here from Petronella. Played through towards Adandre Eddy, and instead makes its way back to the goalkeeper, Jean-Jacques Rigaud. First time we're hearing from him today. Opened this tournament behind Isjair Noor, but into the 11 for this final contest. Royart. Played wide. Curaçao still continuing to twist the screws. This is Barrios. Schob. Beyond the reach of Seinpel that time. We approach the 10-minute threshold. Still nothing to separate St. Kitts and Nevis and Curaçao. This League B final position match between a pair of sides that fell short of winning their respective groups. Curaçao on the front foot has yet to create anything of note to truly test Victor Hart Jr., although maybe a chance to do so here. Jordaison Kuiman brought down, and a yellow card already shown to a St. Kitts and Nevis defender. Get another look here. Challenge comes in a touch late, not a lot of the ball. And our referee, Andrew Samuel, does not hesitate to brandish the yellow. Maybe a point of concern now. Kuiman is still down, and the back of that left ankle is being tended to. Seems to be in considerable discomfort as well. Jordaison Kuiman is one of the top young talents in the Curaçao under-15 ranks. Playing at Vitesse in the Netherlands, one of those four to play in the Dutch ranks at the club level in this Curaçao 11 today. He's slowly back to his feet as he tries to walk this off. Certainly send our best wishes his way. Early set piece for Curaçao. Set piece coming for La Familia Azul as we wait on the status of Jordaison Kuiman, who appears to be moving rather well compared to how he was 2 minutes ago. Taken short, cleared only as far as Thiago Schob. Hooks it back in towards the back post. It was headed on, just barely, and knocked over the bar. Gianna Rogert creating some chaos at the back stick, and it wins Curaçao their first corner of the morning. Can confirm the yellow card was given to Isaiah Palmer, so the first man in the book for either side. Goes St. Kitts and Nevis' way. Corner within swing. Towards Schob. And beyond the reach of Seinpal as well. Well, that has been a conversation point throughout the tournament. St. Kitts and Nevis, a chance to test their mettle on the continental stage. And after they brought everyone together in late July to begin preparations, it was a rather exceptional experience for some of the players. They had the chance to meet Cole Palmer, who was on a trip to visit the home nation of his grandfather. And he met with the U-15 team. They got a photo op with the Chelsea star, and that formational moment for many of these young footballers looking to make a career remotely as successful as him one day. Shocking to think that there's just 8 years difference between the players on the pitch and one of the biggest stars in world football. 8 years, a long time for players to be able to develop and reach that stage. We're at the quarter of an hour mark. St. Kitts and Nevis and Curaçao, no score in this League B final position clash. Both teams rounding out their campaigns after falling just shy of their ultimate goal of winning their respective groups. Is played over the top. Reuser is just offside. Timed his run a touch early. You see it on your screen? No major chances of note either way. It's been a feeling out process. Curaçao struck relatively early in their match against Belize, and the issue was not bagging a second. That's what they paid the price for. Against Aruba as well, it was just the one goal. The Jamaica match, however, went very late. Curaçao entered halftime level with an outside chance to challenge for the group, although it would have required a goal-scoring onslaught in the second half. Fell relatively late. Kelvin O. Brown scoring the final goal. One of the two Kelvin Browns on the roster. This snatch back, Kuiman. Maybe a chance brewing for Curaçao. Now on the counter, Isaiah Palmer is a couple steps late. towards Roijert. Quick turn from St. Kitts and Nevis. Options aplenty going forward now. Wilkinson. Sprayed wide. A nice little bout of possession there from the Sugar Boys. Nothing too incisive just yet. Schob. If you are just joining us, we are midway through the first half here on the island of Aruba. St. Kitts and Nevis and Curaçao, the final match of their respective Concacaf Boys Under 15 Championship campaigns. Curaçao, the bulk of possession, very little to show for it, though. They have yet to put a shot on Victor Hart Jr.'s goal just yet. So, a similar match script potentially unfolding for La Familia Azul, although hoping to change that now with this ball. Well beyond the reach of the onrushing Chris Tujihut. Sign power cycles. Schob. Played wide. Barrios. Must be said, the organization of St. Kitts and Nevis out of possession has been impeccable in the early stages. Rarely getting disorganized, not getting split. When they play a line that's higher, it's been harder for the forwards to surge in. It has made life rather difficult for La Familia Azul as changes take place both ways. St. Kitts and Nevis making an early swap. Meanwhile, Curaçao doing the same. On occasion, you've seen this transpire in the first half of matches. And center forward, Jordison Kuiman, who was dealing with a bit of an early knock, is out. Meanwhile, Najib Kelly in place of Kamari Francis. So Kuiman out for Nurlendi Tukai. And Kelly in. Here's a chance for St. Kitts and Nevis. And it is run out of play by the Sugar Boys. The offside flag raised anyways. So Kamari Francis out. Kelly is in. Nurlendi Tukai in place of Jordison Kuiman. It was an eye-popping 15 minutes or so from Kuiman, but could never truly run off the knock that took place on the back of his ankle. We hope he's all right long term. We inch towards 20 minutes. And with halftime slowly approaching, you wonder if one of these two teams will test their opposing goalkeeping number. Set piece here for St. Kitts and Nevis. Maybe a chance to wreak havoc on 20 minutes. Three-man wall for La Familia Azul of Curaçao. Training ground routine. Chance to whip in a cross. It is knocked away and just out for a throw, which effectively should deputize as a makeshift corner. These long throws, a trend in world football from positions like these. And while it seemed that they expected it to be a corner, Floated away by Cardoza. Only as far as D'Andre Eddy. There is your look at one of the stars, Jana Royert. He scored against Belize. Here's a long-range effort. And there is the first shot on target of the match. Right at Jean-Jacques Rigaud, though. Must be better to try him from there, but a nice show of initiative from Ashnorel Wilkinson. Tukai running forward. Tujihut sent clattering to the deck. Andrew Samuel says play on. Barbados. And a late whistle against Gideon Saint-Paul. There is a layer of cautiousness with how Curaçao has built up today. Not throwing caution to the wind, understanding and respectful of the potential of St. Kitts and Nevis to counter. But at a certain point, you need to devote more resources forward if you're going to break them down, because they've been so organized out of possession thus far. Maybe something brewing for the Sugar Boys. Cut back, an effort, just over the bar. But that a warning shot with the pace with which St. Kitts and Nevis can counter. D'Andre Eddy, as well as Isaiah Palmer, appeared to be at the center of that move. And some signs of promise from Travis Rogers' bunch. You see decent turnout on this near side from the Curaçao faithful. A nice contingent of Curaçaoan flags right by the touchline. And it marks the 25th minute where there's still no score between their beloved La Familia Azul and the Sugar Boys of St. Kitts and Nevis. Their group has been the aggressor, but the level of aggression they have displayed in possession has been limited. I think that's fair to say. St. Kitts and Nevis with the only two legitimate chances of the match thus far. There's a presence in the center of the park in Malik Freeman, 15 years of age. Himself and Ashnorel Wilkinson tasked with providing that midfield layer of solidity and ushering it to the likes of D'Andre Eddy to make the difference. They'll have to do it rather quickly when they win it back. Flornas. This is Cardoza. Barbados. Maybe some room on this near side. And the pass towards Royer was well off the mark. Saint-Paul. Beyond the reach of Schob. Inside the final 10 minutes of this first half. Still no major glaring opportunities thus far. Curaçao with the bulk of the ball. St. Kitts and Nevis with the only two chances that have looked remotely promising, though. Sets the stage for what should be a fascinating match of cat and mouse for the remaining 45 minutes and change. Here's something potentially brewing for Curaçao. Cut across. Nearly fell for Tujihut. Heard only as far as Flornas. Referee is unmoved by Flornas' appeals now. Sein Paul. Dinked over the top to Flornes, who is offside. Schob. As this wears on, you're starting to see St. Kitts and Nevis knock it about with somewhat elevated confidence. Have yet to string 3-4 passes together in a dangerous area, though. And so while Curaçao maybe hasn't been the best value for all of their possession, it's not like they've looked particularly vulnerable just yet. We've already seen, as tired legs set in and they don't score, or they don't score in that case, in the case of a second against Belize, sometimes things can go awry. Maybe a chance here. Tujihood is through and cleared off the line. The first major chance of note, and St. Kitts and Nevis is just able to weather the storm. That was promising, and Chris Tujihood did very well to wiggle himself free. It's a good link up. The ball comes in from Royer. He's forced just wide with that first touch, and so it makes things a little more complex. It buys the Sugar Boys the time needed to recover, and an excellent clearance from Joshua Finch, who has kept the Sugar Boys level for the time being. Eddie, he's dragged down, and a tactical foul draws the yellow card against what appears to be Yerim Peternella, the captain, the first Curaçao man in the books. He's had some particularly bright displays in the group stage. This definitely intended to stymie the counter, and he pays the price. Andrew Samuel has been consistent with what is required for a yellow. Flornes, Royer giving chase, trying from afar, just over the bar. Now you're starting to see some incision from Curaçao on 30 minutes. And Gianno Royer popping up in all of the right spots. As we inch towards halftime, indications are it won't just be smooth sailing for Victor Hart Jr. He will need to weather some degree of onslaught by La Familia Azul. Barrios. Schob. We have hit the half-hour mark. And with halftime beckoning, Curaçao beginning to calibrate. This isn't dealt with properly, though. And a foul against the Sugar Boys. Bradshaw overzealous in his 50-50. For St. Kitts and Nevis, a win in this fixture would go a long way to establishing a degree of success at the U-15 level. Would be a second win in League B, which would mark one of the better tournaments they've had in this competition. As there's a Curaçao player down. Orlando Flornes. Just took the headed ball right off the back of his head. It's a nasty one. Flornes has been one of the brighter bulbs going forward for La Familia Azul thus far, so far from a welcome sight. Dino Florinas gives us a chance to check in with our coaches. Travis Rogers instructing St. Kitts and Nevis. His opposite number, Senli Bito. As we mentioned off the top, both entered this competition with vastly different expectations. St. Kitts and Nevis entered the competition ranked 23rd overall in the Concacaf Under-17 rankings, which, as we previously mentioned, is what's used to determine who competes where in terms of league tiers in this competition. They did move up 5 spots during their Under-17 World Cup qualifying campaign, which took place in February. But in a group with Guatemala and Dominican Republic, it was always going to be a tall, tall task to progress. And they, unfortunately, were toppled by a combined 5-0 scoreline in those matches. Much better against British Virgin Islands, though. And they have been game here today. Definitely not knocking it about significantly, but haven't looked off the pace either. Played forward. Tujihoots. There's your look at the number 9, Isaiah Bradshaw, who's led the line throughout this tournament for St. Kitts and Nevis. Someone who did play prominently during last year's Caribbean Football Union Challenge Shield at the U-14 level. Both these teams played a part. Just a late challenge this on Quavon Slois. Have yet to see him get too many proper touches of the ball, though. Certainly not one in a spot where he can influence things. It's the danger sometimes as a number 9. You can fade out of matches just based on the type of service you receive. He's shown a yellow card, so something to watch up front for St. Kitts and Nevis over the remaining 35 minutes and change as we enter the final minute of the allocated 35 in this first half. Still nothing to separate these two sides. One team bossing things, the other playing counter-aggressor. And the counter-aggressor looking to settle on it. Eddie had Palmer on the near side. Couldn't thread it through to him, though. We have hit the 35-minute mark, all at our fourth official's discretion for amount of added time now. And well, there will be none. Halftime whistle sounds, and still no score between Curaçao and St. Kitts and Nevis. Curaçao spending the bulk of that first half on the front foot, but very little in the way of clear-cut opportunities to show for it. Yana Royer and company have work to do if they hope to end their campaign on a high note. On the other side of things, St. Kitts and Nevis, a game display through 35 minutes of play. From Aruba at halftime, it is St. Kitts and Nevis 0, Curaçao 0. We will step aside briefly, and when we return, a look back at the standout moments from that first half. Stick with us. We welcome you back to the island of Aruba, where we get a look back at the first half highlights between St. Kitts and Nevis and Curaçao. A cagey opening 45 with one side as the clear aggressor. We welcome you back to the Stadion Jose Weaver on the island of Aruba. We are just outside the capital city of Oranjestad, and we are set for kickoff here in the second half. St. Kitts and Nevis making one change. Isaiah Palmer, who is already on a yellow card, will exit. Actually, make it two changes because also Isaiah Bradshaw is out. So a double swap for the Sugar Boys here at the break as they look to fix things and potentially create some havoc going forward. That would be Daniel Ruiz. Excuse me, not Daniel Ruiz. It would be Everroy Barnes and Leslie Thomas entering the action. And we are back underway here from Aruba. It is the second half of this final position match between Curaçao and St. Kitts and Nevis. So Barnes for Bradshaw, and then Thomas replacing Isaiah Palmer. The double swap towards the front line for St. Kitts and Nevis as they look to revolutionize things on the counter, because that is effectively where they've played today, as counter-aggressor looking to exploit weaknesses in Curaçao's build-up. That first half maybe left a little bit to be desired if you're Senlin Beatzel. Your side on the front foot for sure, but only one or two real chances to actually write home about, and none that truly troubled Victor Hart Jr. between the sticks. Now, to their credit, they're not leaving themselves exposed on the counter. The chances St. Kitts and Nevis have created have not been glaring either, but it is not the dream opening 35. Maybe something brewing now, and flag is up against Irano Royer, who was one of the brighter bulbs in the Curaçao squad in the first half. This one back upfield. Slaus. Flornas weaving a web of lies down on the edge of the area, and a free kick in a rather appetizing spot for La Familia Azul. Decent break here. Flornas gets on the wrong side of two defenders and then just dragged down to the turf. What appears to be Joshua Nias, the Toronto FC Academy player for St. Kitts and Nevis. So a pair of players on opposite ends making their trade in the United States. It's definitely the most attractive set piece Curaçao has had to date in this contest. Peternella, as well as what appears to be Florinas in the vicinity. Whipped in by Flornas towards goal, and what a strike it is! A stunner to open things for Curaçao. Flornas strikes, and what a hit! Gets the wall to jump and picks out the top corner brilliantly. Curaçao 1, St. Kitts and Nevis 0. Yairlandino Flornas in the 38th minute with one of the goals of League B. Curaçao leads in spectacular fashion. Yairlandino Flornas from a tight angle on the set piece, curling it into the top right, and no chance for Victor Hart Jr. That is the breakthrough they had been knocking on the door in desperate pursuit of throughout the first half, and likely a deserved lead. Their first real opportunity, and they bury it. Now looking the other direction, that effort deflected and out for St. Kitts and Nevis corner. So decent response from Joshua Nias. Yairlandino Flornas plays for Sea Stars United in Curaçao. teammates with Jean-Jacques Rigaud and many others at the club level. And on the continental stage, what an impact he's made. It's a low corner that is right into the thicket of Curaçao defenders and stopped away with relative comfort. Cleared to the edge of the area now, and this is well off target. Oh, worth a pop from Ashnaro Wilkinson. Not quite able to match the degree of difficulty we saw on that Florinas finish. There is one of the pivots in midfield, Ashnaro Wilkinson. He and Malik Freeman holding things down in the center of the park and had done a good job to stymie the Curaçao advance throughout the first half. There's really nothing they could do about what just transpired. For those joining us, Yerlandino Floridas, the 15-year-old, providing a stunner from a set piece. And here he is. Saint Paul. Cleared only as far as Peter Nella. And at this point, Senli Bito's men can now relax a bit easier. Although, again, if the Belize match is any indication, cannot afford to switch off. And this may be why. Something potentially brewing now. Read just well enough by Yazian Cardoza. Everett Barnes and company getting involved going forward. They made the change at halftime to bring off the two players on yellow cards in Bradshaw and Palmer. Joshua Nias also venturing further ahead. He wins the set piece after conceding the one that led to the opener. Training ground routine, flicked along, went through a thicket of white shirts, but ultimately just out for a goal kick. We are inside the final half hour from the island of Aruba, the final match of League B action for both of these nations in the Concacaf Boys Under 15 Championship. Sam Goldfarb bringing you all of the action this morning. The opener scored 4 minutes ago by Yerlandino Florinas, the 15-year-old who has been a dynamic presence going forward, opening the scoring in fantastic fashion with an eye-popping free kick. St. Kitts and Nevis now forced to come out of their shell a touch more. They may have a chance, and instead, a free kick in an appetizing spot. Cardozo will be shown the yellow. So maybe an opportunity to test this Familia Azul back line. Adandre Eddy just snatching it off of Cardoza, and it is the tug on the shirt which does the trick. Just the second player for Curaçao to enter the book. Well, you would figure, given the lack of possession, a set piece would be the golden opportunity to beat Jean-Jacques Rigaud between the sticks. Question is, can they conjure something brilliant from it? Dinked in, flicked on. Petronella looking to deal with it. Cleared only as far as Nias. Scored it wide. Just unable to keep it in play as a D'Andre Eddy. You've seen the adjustment from Travis Rogers, excuse me. He's sending Joshua Nias further into midfield and allowing him to wreak some havoc. It's allowed St. Kitts and Nevis to gain some semblance of a possessional foothold here. Although this is one back. Maybe numbers in behind for Curaçao. Tukai deflected, back post. It is 2. Curaçao is rolling. Urano Royer makes it 2-0. 5-star counter. St. Kitts and Nevis throwing bodies forward and paying the price. Tukai's cross just floats to the back post, and there to greet it is Royer, who scores yet again in the Concacaf Boys Under 15 Championship. Curaçao now well and truly in the driver's seat. Urano Royer, who plays his academy football in the Netherlands, scored against Belize. He does so again here against St. Kitts and Nevis. And it is 2 goals in 8 minutes to push Curaçao comfortably in front. Was a match that hung on a knife edge at halftime. It is one that hangs dramatically in Curaçao's favor now. This is the first time Curaçao has scored multiple goals this tournament. Had scored just 2 goals in the group stage. Now the floodgates starting to open for La Familia Azul, rewarded for their possessional supremacy. Scoreline is Curaçao 2, St. Kitts and Nevis 0. 2 goals in the opening 11 minutes after the restart. And at this point, La Familia Azul in cruise control. There's a player down for St. Kitts and Nevis. And D'Andre Eddy is just back to his feet. Captaining the side this morning for the Sugar Boys and throughout the tournament. 15-year-old who's been a key presence in midfield for St. Kitts and Nevis all week. And either way, if this doesn't end the way they would have hoped, it's still a valuable experience for so many of these players. It is important to note, this tournament is not just for bragging rights. It is a true avenue to develop youth national team talent and discover young stars. Here's one of them in Floridas, who's starting to play with a new level of confidence now. The leading defenders played across. Schob. Curaçao looking for that final blow. Barrios. Wide again to Royer. Decent cross. Just beyond the reach of Tujihut. Cleared only as far as Seinpaul. He uncorks. Forces Hart into a save. Still not dealt with. And the follow-up effort rather tame by comparison. We have hit 50 minutes here in Aruba, and 2 changes for Curaçao as they look to cruise. Double swap. One of the men to exit, Chris Tujihut, the Ajax Academy player, after a strong shift. As does Cuban Slaus. So a double swap for La Familia Azul as they look to lock up shop. It is Kei Torres and Yordaiv Reinus who enters. Torres replacing Tujihuts. Reinus replacing Slaus. Interestingly enough, both more listed forwards. One replaces a defender in Slaus, so one of them will be playing in a fullback role. If you are just joining us on our coverage of the Concacaf Boys Under 15 Championship, we welcome you into Stadion Jose Weaver near the capital city of Aruba in Orania Stad. Sam Goldfarb bringing you all of the action. 2-0 in favor of Curaçao, 2 goals in an 8-minute span shortly after the restart. Yerlandino Flornas opening things with a 38th minute peach of a free kick. And then Yano Royer providing what might be the final dagger in the 46th. Still time for St. Kitts and Nevis to try and manufacture a way back, but it is a very tall order now, especially considering they've been on the back foot through the first 50 minutes. There is a coming together on the far side. Our referee is unmoved by it. Inside the final 20. Curaçao looking for more carnage. The offside flag is raised against Reynes. He was hoping to make an instant impact for Senli Bito's side. For Travis Rogers' bunch, it was a game effort. They dragged it to halftime level, but it seems their tournament will end with a 3rd defeat from 4 matches. We'll have the bright spot to look back on, the throttling in group play of a higher-ranked British Virgin Islands, although the ranking disparity was just 1. Ultimately, though, it will end in somewhat unfortunate fashion. They'll just be hoping to try and procure a goal to make things nervy. Otherwise, there is danger of a rout being on. Curaçao have flipped a switch since the restart. Droyer, the most recent goal scorer, taking it towards Schub, and it is out of play. Nias ranging forward now. Maybe options for St. Kitts and Nevis. Knocked out of play, a corner on the way, and Adondre Eddy starting to make some semblance of an impact on the ball. A little more runway now that they're trailing 2-0. One further change for St. Kitts and Nevis. Byron exits. Meanwhile, for Curaçao, that will bring Urano Royer's day to a conclusion. One change either way. Daniel Ruiz is the man to enter for Curaçao. He's played a reserve forward role throughout the tournament. Meanwhile, Kamali Benjamin in for Byron. In swinging corner. Dealt with rather confidently by Curaçao. So Benjamin for Byron, Ruiz for Royer. as we inch towards the final 15 minutes of this final position match in League B from Aruba. Curaçao has flipped a switch since the restart. Goals by Yerlandino Flornas with a sensational free kick strike, and Urano Royer just 8 minutes later making the difference. You wondered at the end of the first half, would it be another day of frustration for Curaçao, finally getting reward for their possessional supremacy with goals? Something that did not transpire against Belize and hardly did against Aruba. Now over the top, Reynos giving chase. Dealt with well enough. Joshua Finch there first. Corner for Curaçao, taken short. Flornas looks to wiggle his way free and is fouled along the way. And well, instead they say he's the guilty party. Won't have a chance to try and procure another free kick. Spectacular for the time being. That's clever from Flornas. Too many red shirts around him, though. Beginning to see the respect St. Kitts and Nevis is showing him whenever he touches it. Swarming multiple red shirts his way. They do not want to let him impact things too much. Inside the final 15, and Curaçao is on its way to ending its tournament on a high note. Nevis looking to throw a spanner in the works. Roaming forward. Chance is still on here. Nevis, and quite tame, right back at Rigaud. You see them pressing the issue. Nevis tries to curl it towards that top left, and not enough venom or accuracy on it. Now Nuerlendi Tukai is down on the pitch for Curaçao. See him chase after it, and after the fact, just seems to pull up. And that he does. He looks to walk off the brief knock. Gives us time for a quick water break for these two sides. No hydro breaks with temperatures just around 80 degrees Fahrenheit. It pales in comparison to the sweltering heat we've had earlier this week in Aruba and the Caribbean in general. Of course, all three leagues hosted in different nations, or different territories, we should say. League B in Aruba, League C in Curaçao, and League A in Costa Rica. And those leagues determined by positioning in the Concacaf Under-17 rankings prior to this competition. Can Curaçao provide the final blow? They continue to push on. Inching towards the final 10. And as things stand, Curaçao good value for what should be a comfortable victory, barring any late drama. Of course, they did face late drama against Belize. Not one of the results that contributed to their demise in Group D. to here, just headed back, and Curaçao player goes down. Tiago Schob. There's your look at the substitute, Benjamin, who now leads the line for the Sugar Boys. They snatch back. Here is Benjamin. Nias manages to navigate through a sea of white shirts. Falls kindly to Petronella. Ruiz was offside. Curaçao is cruising in the dying embers of this one. Would take a Herculean comeback for St. Kitts and Nevis to change things. Ruiz loses his footing here. Nias onto it. Maybe something on the cards for St. Kitts and Nevis. And a free kick. Barbados is the man who conceded it. Little tussle on the far side. It opens up the door for something to materialize here in the late stages. Number of bodies in the Curaçao penalty area. And again, these are the chances where maybe St. Kitts and Nevis can create some havoc. Need a better delivery than that, though. Ruiz has an option on the break, plays it through. Chance to wrap it up, but off his line is Hart Jr. to make an impact. Only temporarily, though. A long-range strike to make it 3. And what a hit it was. Hard off his line and pays the price, and that should surely wrap it up. Florinas ranging free, and it falls so nicely. Ruiz from very long range, and he finds the back of the net. The substitute on the score sheet in fantastic fashion. Daniel Ruiz in the 63rd minute, and he wraps up a final position match victory with a sensational tally. Outside of the boot, Trevella finished as well from long distance. Well, Hart made the gamble to come off his line to prevent a one-on-one for Florinas. And instead, he's greeted with an absolute wonder strike from probably about 40 yards. Ruiz, the most recent goal scorer, the man who provided the spectacular. What technique on that effort. It looks so much easier than it actually is to hit the target from that far out with that type of finish. 3-0 to Curaçao, and 2 of the goals have been wonder goals. A free kick sensational strike from Yerlandino Florinas, and then Daniel Ruiz providing the final touches with artistic expertise. And here he is again. At this point for St. Kitts and Nevis, it is about providing something to take home. And it won't come here. Rico collects. We move towards the final 5 minutes. And at the moment, Curaçao in full cruise control. Florinas, a man of the match worthy display today. Schob. If you are just joining us, this was 0-0 at halftime in our final position League B match. Curaçao has turned it up to a different gear. 2 goals in the first 11 minutes after the restart, and then the final blow from Daniel Ruiz with an unreal strike from about 40 yards in the 63rd minute. And that is where we find ourselves. St. Kitts and Nevis never truly troubled Curaçao on the break. Had a couple of half chances in the first half. But other than that, on the back foot and overrun at times by La Familia Azul in the second half. Remember, it is a full day of action here from the island of Aruba. Later on today, more final position action. Belize taking on Cuba. The next match at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then 2 further matches later tonight as well. Aruba taking on the Cayman Islands and Barbados, finishing things off against the British Virgin Islands. First game is at 2 p.m. Second game is at 4 p.m. It is the final day for so many of these teams, with the exception of the sides in the knockout stages, which also takes center stage down the road at the Stadion Guillermo Trinidad at 2 and 4 Eastern this afternoon. Tournament running, of course, through Sunday. Began on August 2nd. It runs through August 10th. As the festivities slowly draw to a close. There is your look at the man who provided one of the better goals of the tournament, Daniel Ruiz, from exceptionally long range. He will have a moment to celebrate for quite some time after this. We move towards the final minutes of this one, and the result, while it was in doubt at halftime, is not in doubt now. Curaçao leads 3-0, and they've shown no signs of letting it slip. St. Kitts and Nevis, outside of a promising spell with the ball prior to Curaçao's second, has had very little of note in the way of final third action. And it has made for a long morning for the Sugar Boys here. Put forth a game effort for about a half of play, but in this second 35 minutes has unraveled. While it might not be the dream of knocking off Jamaica and advancing to the second consecutive knockout stage for Curaçao, it is still a strong end to a tournament that didn't necessarily always go their way. Maybe some chance at consolation here for the Sugar Boys. Hooked forward and routinely back to Rigaud. Maybe a last-ditch chance. It will not come here. Final 30 seconds of the initial 70. And then it is all at the fourth official's discretion with how much longer we play. At halftime, there were thoughts of maybe, just maybe, deja vu for Curaçao, dominating and being caught out and suffering defeat. They have answered the bell in resounding fashion. 3 goals, 2 of which will live in permanent lore with the U-15s. 2 of the best goals you'll see all week in this competition. Flornes, the architect of the first and the man who instigated the move that led to the third. It is just 2 minutes of added time. Ruiz. Is there time for one final blow? One last set piece on the way for La Familia Azul. Taken short, Flornes from a tight angle again. Can't quite replicate the heroics of his first effort. Final minute of the added 2. It is all academic at this stage. Curaçao will end its campaign as resounding victors. Ruiz weaving through traffic. Flornes is likely the final break forward for either side. Chipping it towards the heart of the area, just beyond the reach of Ruiz. It is run down by Reynolds. And a corner has been given. It's likely the last real chance of note we see. Curling in, back post. Peternella. We are well beyond the added 2 minutes now. Little counter for St. Kitts and Nevis. Referee says play on. Right back to Rico, and there is the full-time whistle. Curaçao dominant in the second half. They prevail in 3-0 fashion. Goals by Yerlandino Flornes, Urano Royer, and then Daniel Ruiz with a spectacular to round things out. Allow Curaçao to flip a switch in the second half and finish their boys under 15 championship campaign on a very high note. For St. Kitts and Nevis, game through 35 minutes, but the second 35, things unraveled rather fast. We will step aside here when we return to look back at our full-time highlights from the island of Aruba. We welcome you back to the island of Aruba, where we get a look at our full-time highlights from what was a clash in the final position matches between St. Kitts and Nevis and Curaçao. Parasites entering, looking to end their campaigns on a high note. Senli Bito's side looking for consolation after what was a slightly disappointing group stage. Travis Rogers' bunch just hoping to spring another surprise in the tournament. And early on, dominant from Curaçao, but unable to find a breakthrough. A lot of yellow cards, knocking it about, twisting the screws, but nothing to show for it. And there were some decent efforts on the other end by St. Kitts and Nevis to at least keep Jean-Jacques Rigaud and company honest. There was chances for St. Kitts and Nevis potentially to spring a surprise on the counter, but unable to turn it into anything glaring, and ultimately that's what prevented them from getting a result in this fixture. Curaçao eventually started to turn up the heat after the restart. You see in this first half a lot of play between the 18s, physical play, yellow cards, that Isaiah Bradshaw late challenge, but then finally, after the restart, Curaçao flipping a switch. Yerlandino Flornas, what a strike this is, from a free kick, hooking it into the top right corner and providing liftoff for La Familia Azul in spectacular fashion. And from there, the floodgates started to open for Curaçao, a team that scored in the 38th. 8 minutes later, they would do the same after the set piece was given away. In defense, a yellow card shown. But St. Kitts and Nevis, the problem was unable to make the most of any of these half chances, so to speak, and could never truly trouble things. And then finally, Curaçao found their second in the 46th. This hook cross to the back post, Yuna Royer there to greet it. And from there, it became cruise control for La Familia Azul, led by two inside 50 minutes. After a disappointing first half, St. Kitts and Nevis forced to throw caution to the wind then, and then starting to pay the price for that decision. Well open on the counterattack, and on this end of things, could never really trouble Rigaud between the sticks. Our final moment of difference came shortly after this. It was sensational from Daniel Ruiz, who played this ball through to Flornas. Hart Jr. well off his line and pays the price. A Trivella finish, Ricardo Quaresma-esque, into the back of the net. One of the goals of the tournament to make it 3-0, just 7 minutes from full time. And Curaçao from there would celebrate. Dominant in the second half, simply put, giving no real chance for St. Kitts and Nevis to make a difference. And when the full-time whistle sounded, the result was not remotely in doubt. They round out their League B campaign on a high note for Curaçao, a massive 3-0 victory as they take care of business in the second half. The visitors, St. Kitts and Nevis, meanwhile, struggling to create anything of note and paying the price. For our terrific crew, the final score is 3-0. Sam Goldfarb saying so long. We will be back in a matter of moments with our next final position match in League B. Stick with us. We welcome you into the island of Aruba, where we are set for this final position match in League B between Belize and Cuba to round out both sides' respective competitions in the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship at the Stadion Jose Weaver on the outskirts of Oranjestad, Aruba. Sam Goldfarb bringing you all of the action for round 2 of League B final position matches today. It is 85 degrees with 15-mile-an-hour winds. The temperatures creeping up, but still not as warm as it's been in Aruba over the course of the last week. So these conditions relatively temperate by comparison to what these teams have experienced. It sets the stage for a clash between two sides that finished third in their respective groups in League B. For Belize, it was always going to be a tall order to advance against Jamaica. They fell to Jamaica on the opening day and could never really recover, despite a thrilling come-from-behind victory over Curaçao in match day 2. A defeat against Aruba sealed their fate as not able to progress out of Group D. Meanwhile, for Cuba, they entered in a group that maybe some would have considered more open, but after falling to Puerto Rico, things unraveled quickly after that. They fell to Guyana on the final match of group play and finished third in the group behind Guyana and Puerto Rico. It is a chance for both of these teams to end their campaigns on high notes. Of course, for Belize, it is a step down from last tournament after reaching the quarterfinals of League B and falling to Bermuda on penalty kicks. For Cuba, it is yet another final position match. A team that competed in League A and struggled mightily last time around. It is a side that has yet to reach a proper knockout stage in this competition, and they will have to wait until at least the next cycle in order to do so. Belize and Cuba getting set to take the pitch here in Aruba. It is a major chance for one of these two sides to end the campaign in the 2025 Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship on a high note. The question is whether one of these two will seize the opportunity. Remember, in these final position matches, the result will be decided after 70 minutes. There is no penalty kick shootout as there is in the knockouts in this tournament. For Belize, it is an interesting setup against Cuba, a side that has always been a member of League B, so has not crossed paths with Cuba very often in this competition. It is a squad that was the second lowest group squad ranking-wise in their group. Nearly finished above Curaçao, just one goal behind them on goal difference, but did earn bragging rights over them with a victory in what was one of the matches of the tournament in this division. Dale Palaio will look to build some semblance of success to close this campaign. His side is rather strong. He's certainly going for results here in Aruba this afternoon. We'll see how they fare against the Cuba team with considerable talent, but one that didn't quite perform up to that talent in the group stage. Cuba and Belize take the pitch here for this League B final position match from Oranjestad. We will take a quick breather, and when we return, kickoff from the Stadion Jose Weaver. Stick with us. We welcome you back to the capital city of Aruba in Oranjestad at the Stadion Jose Weaver, where we are set for kickoff in this final position match between Belize and Cuba. The Jaguars and Los Leones del Caribe locking horns for the first time ever in this competition. It was a pair of squads that finished third in their respective groups, and they are drawn together as they look to end their respective campaigns on a high note. Neither reaching the knockout stages, but both competitive as you get a look at Belize's lineup. That front three of Jordan Glenn, Davion Serrano, and Kamani Rancharan is quite dangerous, and Daniel Kaliz is definitely a menace in behind. Also keep your eye on the captain, Clive Medwood Jr. He scored the winning penalty in the dying embers of the Curaçao clash to provide them with a chance to advance out of Group D on the final day, but unfortunately for them, falling on the final day to Aruba, that eradicated any hope they had at progressing. You see Belize in their blue kits with the white accents and stripes. Their counterparts in Cuba in the white kits with the red numbers. Eric Grotestan leads the line, and he is the captain. He will exchange pleasantries with Clive Medwood Jr. as the two receive instructions from our officiating crew in Aruba. Final time, these two sides will take the pitch in this competition. Ray Torres, our lead official, Ricardo McKenzie, and Lindy Tavares, his assistants. Amori Majors is the fourth official. Both these sides playing for their country one more time before their respective Concacaf Under-15 Boys Championships come to a close. Cuba's 11 also very strong. Eric Grotestan leading the line alongside Carlos Rojas. Keep your eye as well on Mateo Gallina, who enjoyed an eye-catching performance in the 2-1 victory over the Cayman Islands before Cuba suffered back-to-back defeats to finish third in the group against Puerto Rico and Guyana. Between the six, Claudio Deson has been the mainstay all tournament. He is there once again. An opportunity for one of these two squads to secure a victory before the end of their tournaments. For Cuba, it is about making a statement after their quest to win Group C came to an unfortunate conclusion in their final two matches. For Belize, an opportunity to upend a side higher ranked than them considerably in the Concacaf Under-17 rankings, which was what was used to determine the league system. It is Cuba going from left to right in the white kits with red numbers. It is Belize in the blue kits with white numbers going from right to left. 70 minutes on tap for both of these sides as they round out the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship in this final position clash in League B. The first time these two nations ever meet at the U-15 level. And we are underway from the Stadion Jose Weaver in Aruba. Belize and Cuba in a tussle before the conclusion of the tournament. Sam Goldfarb here bringing you all of the action, thrilled to take you through this one. It should be a rather fun 70 minutes. For Belize, a group stage of ups and downs, but not expected to make much noise after entering as the lowest ranked team in Group D, but pulled the surprise upset of Curaçao on the second match day with 2 goals in the final 10 minutes, and it gave them life ahead of the final set of group games, but with Jamaica losing and them losing to Aruba, the host nation, any hope of that was eradicated rather quickly. Cuba, meanwhile, began the campaign on a high note and then tumbled twice, including a 4-1 thrashing at the hands of Puerto Rico, which effectively had eliminated them from group contention. There's your look at the headman. On the touchline, both coaches rather accomplished. Dale Pelayo, the headman for Belize, his counterpart Lazaro Rodriguez. For Cuba, two coaches that have led their squads through these respective campaigns and made them rather game entities for the most part. David loses it, and it comes back to Stefan Harris, who's been the regular between the sticks at 15 years of age for Belize. What a performance it was against Curaçao to keep them within a goal for as long as he did and bought them the time they needed to procure an equalizer and winner. Here's a break forward from Belize, a potential chance, and the opener. In surprising fashion, Belize leads, and it's Jordan Glenn on the score sheet. Just 3 minutes in, Glenn wrong sides his defender and then just manages to tuck it underneath Claudio Deson. 1-0. After just 3 minutes, Jordan Glenn, the 15-year-old up front, who has been an elite goal-scoring threat in the domestic ranks in Belize, has just opened the scoring in a blink. What a rapid start. Well, Jordan Glenn, someone who played a huge role for Belize's under-15s at the FFB U-17 Elite Championship last month. He scored in a victory over San Pedro U-17 side, which is a club team in Bolivia. So he's used to punching above his weight. And here today, against his own age group, eviscerates the Cuban defense within 3 minutes. Belize 1, Cuba 0 in this final position match. And a side that is ranked considerably lower than Cuba entering the tournament. 8 spots to be precise in the U-17 rankings. Has the surprise lead. Gallina played wide. This is Leodani Reve. And he is penalized for the overzealous attempt to win it back. We mentioned what was a bright start for Cuba. Had their match against Guyana rescheduled to Thursday. And so they opened their tournament on Tuesday. It was a hard-fought win over the Cayman Islands. They were pegged back after scoring very early in that match, but managed to get the job done. And then unfortunately, after being drubbed by group favorites Puerto Rico, unable to recover against Guyana. And a team that entered with decent expectations, unfortunately, suffered a rocky group stage in Group C. And now in legitimate danger of ending the campaign on a rather sour note, Jordan Glenn playing early spoiler for the Jaguars. 50-50 there. Medwood first to it and then takes the brunt of the contact from Revet, who's already committed a couple of early transgressions. Liviar just joining us, 5 minutes gone from the island of Aruba on a wet day. Temperatures in the mid-80s. A red-hot opener, though, for Belize. After just 3 minutes, Jordan Glenn, the designated number 9, who's led the line for the Jaguars throughout this tournament, already striking. And Los Leones del Caribe with plenty of catch-up to do now. Floated cross towards Eddie Grotestan. He was offside. Mention it off the top. This is a Cuba side that has competed in League A. Did so in 2023 in what was a rocky cycle for them. Managed just 3 points in League A. They were obliterated by the United States in that group, and that effectively eliminated any hope of group contention, as you see the late challenge by the defender Ariel Torres. League B, there were hopes that maybe they'd be in a better position to contend for the knockout stages, but a group stage that didn't necessarily reflect their best hopes. There is your look at Clive Medwood Jr., the captain for Belize. Have already mentioned his late heroics in the lone victory of this tournament to date against Curaçao. Converted the 69th minute penalty that won it. Bashed it into the top left corner to complete a fantastic come-from-behind win. Team that trailed 1-0 after 62 minutes, led 2-1 after 69. Hernandez is down. Just a late challenge from Enrique Tamay, who's not shy about getting in the mix. Ramos. Fighting ball forward. And too much hand fighting for our referee Ray Torres' liking. One reminder, 35-minute halves in the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. Truncated rosters as well. Eddie Grotestan chasing after this, and right back to the goalkeeper, Stefan Harris, who's been excellent for Belize all tournament. Someone who currently plays for Roaring Creek United in Belizean football. Maybe another break here for Belize. Another chance and another goal. Davion Serrano makes it 2 inside 10 minutes, and a counter-attacking masterclass from the Jaguars. He just wins the foot race, bypasses Adonis Cisnero, and bashes it underneath Claudio Deson. And just like that, Belize is 2 to the good inside 10 minutes. Davion Serrano, the 15-year-old, who also played a key role in that victory over San Pedro U-17s in that FFB U-17 championship last month. Making it 2-0 in favor of the Jaguars. And Cuba in legitimate danger of being trounced here in their final match. Can they find an avenue back? That's a progressive ball. One that is snatched right back. 10 minutes gone. Jordan Glenn in the third, Davion Serrano in the 10th, and Belize with 2 brilliant goals on the break. Coming down that exact same right flank, bypassing Adonis Cisnero and just slotting it underneath Deson. 2 goals that looked relatively identical. It is the dream start for the Jaguars here in Aruba, as they look to round out their campaign on what would be the high note. Hernandez with the late challenge on Rancharan. Well, you see Tamay gets there first. He's upended. Rather clear-cut free kick this. And Belize right now has Cuba on the ropes. If they can produce a third before halftime, that would all but seal it at this stage. Especially for a Cuba side that has managed just 4 goals the entire tournament. It is hooked in toward the back post, headed on, just wide. Belize showing no signs of slowing down. Tamai. Giving chase was Rancharan, ran out of real estate. Well, Belize squad that last cycle won its group and reached the League B knockouts for the first time ever. Fell on penalties to Bermuda in the quarterfinals, but prior to that, had struggled mightily. And it's just 3 points in the entirety of their 2019 championship. 2013, it didn't go much better either. 3 points shy of the knockouts. 2023 was an unprecedented under-15 championship campaign for the Jaguars, and even though they couldn't quite replicate those heights this time around, they have started their final position match in dream fashion. In swinging corner. Toward the back post, falls for Medwood, trying to shape up to shoot. Instead comes loose to Mateo Gaina. Well, if you are just joining us, we welcome you into the island of Aruba, the Stadion Jose Weaver, right outside Oranjestad, the capital city. 2-0 advantage for Belize over Cuba. 2 identical-looking goals inside the first 10 minutes by Jordan Glenn and Davion Serrano has the Jaguars off to a flyer. And right now, Cuba is still stumbling out of the blocks. They have yet to truly establish any semblance of a foothold in this one. Belize has been by far the better side, catching it when winning it back upfield and hitting Cuba twice quickly down the right flank. A positive thing if you're Cuba is there's still plenty of time to try and make up ground. Long throw, charged away by Sanchez. Can't reach Reve though. Serrano, the most recent goal scorer, runs out of space on the far side. Cuba last cycle, you mentioned what was a rough start to the campaign, lost their first 2 matches by a combined 14-1 scoreline. Have already discussed that 11-0 thrashing at the hands of the United States. They did round out the campaign well, though. 1-1-0 against Qatar. And then lost to El Salvador in their final position match by a 3-0 scoreline. There was the bright moment of the victory over Qatar, but already eliminated from group contention at that point. It is a Cuba side that is still looking to recapture some youth national team success. When you look at their history, their U20s have already reached the 2025 U20 World Cup, and the U17s have a history of winning the Concacaf championship in 1988. They did it when it was technically the U16 championship at the time. But the last couple decades or so haven't quite hit the heights of Concacaf championship status. Of course, the senior national team narrowly missing out on qualifying for the final stage of World Cup qualifiers this past summer. Fell a point shy of Bermuda after losing to them on the final day of group action. It is a squad, though, that has reached a World Cup in the 1930s at the senior level, which is more than can be said for a lot of the clubs in League B at the moment. The only one that really comes to mind is Jamaica. This isn't dealt with properly. Deson is there to corral. And hoofed all the way back to his counterpart in Stefan Harris. We approach the midway point of this first half. A 35-minute first half, and the opening 15 have been overwhelmingly bossed by Belize. Not necessarily overrunning Cuba in possession, but they've caught them twice after winning it back down the right-hand side. Goals by Jordan Glenn and Davion Serrano have Cuba on the ropes in the opening stages. Reminder, this is the final match of both these sides' Concacaf Under-20 Championship campaigns. A change taking place for Cuba in the first half as they look to rectify things. Aliel Torres lasts just 18 minutes. And it appears Yendri Pedro will replace him. Pedro for Torres, that is a more attack-minded swap. Pedro, the 13-year-old midfielder, replacing a proper fullback in Torres today. So perhaps a change in shape from Lazaro Rodriguez, who mans the touchline on this near side. Rancharan, Tamai now. Sticks with it. It was Enrique Tamai who created some havoc in midfield across the group stage. Himself and Dion Megan, very impactful in the heart of the park. Megan, who's on the bench today, scored a bar-down screamer to level things in that come-from-behind victory over Curaçao. Question over whether it did cross the line. But one that did the job nonetheless. Now charge forward towards Glenn. Was not far off this. Right now, Belize flirting with cruise control. Very little of note in possession for Cuba. In fact, almost nothing of note. Meanwhile, Belize, when they've gotten the ball, they've been quite incisive. Have cut through the Cuban back line like butter at times. Tamai flick on. Now maybe a chance to break for Cuba. Grotestan. Sprayed wide by Pedro, his first involvement. Dariel Ramos. Room to roam now for Rojas, and he won't be able to latch onto that. There is your look at Mateo Gallina, one of the brighter presences for Cuba throughout the group stage. One of many players in this Cuban side that plays for FC La Habana, one of the bigger clubs in Cuba with a prominent youth development system. It is a Cuban side that, across the board, has tried to make as many reforms necessary to be competitive. A squad that now allows foreign-born players of Cuban descent to represent Los Leones del Caribe at the international level, as well as players who are Cuban that play abroad. It's made for an influx of talent into the squad over the last 4 or 5 years or so. At the senior level, a pair of players who are in the youth ranks at La Liga clubs who have made their way onto the fringes of the senior national team ranks, as well as some lower league Spanish players. This is not dealt with properly. A man down in the area. The referee says play on. Clive Medwood Jr. sent tumbling after winning it back briefly. Himself and Leandro Sanchez in a tussle. Deson did impede his progress, although not a lot in that challenge, to be fair. It affords Belize another set piece, and Daniel Khalid stands over it. As we inch towards the final 10 minutes of this first half. 2 goals in the opening 10 from Belize make the difference. With outswing. Toward the heart of the area, Glenn got his head to it, but couldn't steer it on target. Good outswinging ball this. Glenn does contact it. He He's trying to redirect it for the far corner, and he's just off the mark with it. And that sends us into a brief breather. 2-0 advantage for Belize over Cuba. A rapid start for the Jaguars has seen Los Leones del Caribe reeling as we've hit our cooling break in the first half, with temperatures gradually rising over the course of the late morning hours. It has been a lovely sight for competition. The Stadion Jose Weaver as well as the Stadion Guillermo Trinidad in Aruba. A reminder that later today, more League B final position matches as well as League B knockout matches taking place throughout the Oranjestad area. As you get a look back at both of Belize's goals, the opener from Jordan Glenn, who just negotiated through traffic and finished so clinically inside 3 minutes. And then 7 minutes later, the second would come in nearly identical fashion. Such a rapid start for Belize to put Cuba in a very perilous spot. The second came after it was clipped over the top. This more of a counter-attacking goal. Davian Serrano, though, identical spot on the pitch and a near-identical finish to take it beyond Claudio Deson. And Belize has well and truly sprung a bit of a surprise on us to open this fixture this morning. 15-year-old Serrano as well as Glenn are what makes the difference at the tail end of this first half. Mateo Gaina has done his utmost to rectify things, but himself and his teammates with very little of the ball in a dangerous spot just yet. This is pinged ahead towards Glenn. Cleared only as far as Calise. That is what separates the two sides through 25 minutes. And as we enter the final 10 of the first half, Cuba with plenty of work to do to avoid suffering a comprehensive defeat to end its 2025 Concacaf Under-15 championship slate. Gaina plays it forward, just behind Grotestan. Now space for Glenn to work. A heavy touch that took it right into Leandro Sanchez's reach. There's your look at Claudio Deson, 14-year-old between the sticks who plays for Guantanamo in Cuba. He's actually one of the older players because when you look at this Cuban roster, there are no 15-year-olds on the squad. Everybody has been born in 2011 or later. So Claudio Deson, by a matter of a few months, is one of the more veteran presences. Obviously for Belize, they've picked from a more loaded slate of experienced 14, 15-year-olds. So there is an age disparity to a degree between these two sides, as that ushered unconvincingly back to Stefan Harris. Decent distribution here towards Glenn. Sanchez manages to neutralize the distance. Well, he is the lad who provided the breakthrough. An excellent forward presence for Belize. And while his influence has waxed and waned over the tournament, depending on how much of the ball Belize has had, when he's had good service, he has been quite the presence to handle for opposing center backs. Today, that's certainly been the case. Grotestan squirted wide. Maybe something brewing. Gaina looking for a lifeline before intermission. Curling it. Didn't miss by much. Not a bad effort. Mateo Gallina here, turning a couple of defenders. He opens up the space to shoot on his left. You see he's trying to curl it into the top left corner. Did not miss it by very much. Rojas, back for Gallina. Grotestan. Now Cuba's starting to knock it about with a bit more confidence. Pero wide. Refe keeps it in play. And a corner on the way for Los Leones del Caribe. 2-0 is far from a secure lead. If Cuba can pull one back before the break, we have a game on our hands. Arcing in swinger. It's a good ball. Grotestan got his head to it, but couldn't redirect it on frame. Belize has dodged the counterpunch for now. But Eric Grotestan starting to find some comfort. Tamai loses out. Pero to Gallina. This is Rojas. Terrific recovery from Rancharan. Only as far as Ramos, though. Gallina. Space to shoot. Lacked the venom required. He has been the star so far for Cuba. And as this first half has worn on, his influence has grown. Picking up the ball outside the area, making a legitimate impact. As there's a concern with the match ball here. Stefan Harris feeling it's perhaps underinflated. And that seems to meet his criteria. Over the top, towards Glenn. Another corner incoming for Belize. And as we head into the final 5 minutes of this first half, it's threatening to open up a little both ways. Clive Medwood Jr. will take it. He's been the designated set piece taker, be it corners, penalties, or free kicks, the entirety of this tournament as we've crossed the 30-minute threshold. And Belize still holds on to a 2-0 advantage despite growing confidence from Cuba. Outswinger. Refe gets his boots to it. Now Grotestan was hoping to send Gallina forward. Is there a late plot twist before intermission? Or will Belize enter halftime with a comfortable advantage? 2 goals scored in the opening 10 minutes. Jordan Glenn and Davian Serrano providing near identical looking goals to put the Jaguars comfortably in front. Cuba since has only just started to establish a foothold since the introduction of Yentri Pero, who's started to win it back more frequently in midfield and allow Cuba to knock it about. Although Belize not shy about playing counter-aggressor either. Grotestan in some space, tries for goal. He was not far off, just wide of that far post. Groteston picks out this pocket of space on the edge of the area. He's looking to pick out that bottom left corner. And I tell you what, had that been on frame, it appeared he had Stefan Harris beaten. And there is the proper number 9 doing proper number 9 things. Sanchez. Avila knocks it out of play. And there's your look at Adonis Cisnero. The fullback has had his hands full. Both goals coming down his flank with bigger, more physical presences in Jordan Glenn and Davion Serrano being able to get a step on him. Has recovered well since. No further chances down that side just yet. Groteston. Ahead to Glenn. Dayson off his line. He's caught in a bit of a sticky wicket here. Did just enough to usher it out of trouble. It could have proven a lot more catastrophic. We've already seen the consequences of a goalkeeper coming off his line once before. Earlier today, in our opening fixture, Curaçao scored a wonder goal from about 40 yards because the St. Kitts and Nevis goalkeeper came off his line. That time, Dayson doing just enough. Glenn a little shaken up after the fact. Gaina. If you're just joining us, a 2-0 scoreline in favor of Belize in the late stages of this first half. Approaching the 34th minute. Two goals scored by Jordan Glenn and Davion Serrano inside the opening 10. Glenn struck inside 3. Serrano adding one in the 10th. Since then, Cuba has had its moments in possession, but Belize has by no means faded in this contest. They have been very good value for the lead that they now hold. Groteston comes deep to claim. And switching it. Whistle sounds against Belize. Very little for Stefan Harris to worry about thus far. One major chance by Groteston, which just knuckled wide. That would have been the only effort that truly could have beaten him from Cuba thus far. Here's Shepard looking ahead to Glenn, and the two narrowly not able to link up. Should be approaching close to halftime. All eyes will be on the fourth official and our referee in a matter of moments. Shepard loses out here. A chance for Nevis. Cutting inside, down in the area, and the referee immediately points to the penalty spot. A chance for a late lifeline in this first half for Cuba. Leodani Nevis winning the penalty. You see him cut inside, a dangling boot here from Rajiv Shepard, and that's what draws our referee Ray Torres' ire and sets up Cuba from 12 yards. A chance to put a spanner in the works in this final position match in League B. and a first real test for Stefan Harris to cope with. It is Harris against Mateo Gaina, who has been the most lively presence in the final third for Cuba in this first half. A chance for a lifeline. Gaina delivers. Cuba pulling one back on the stroke of halftime, and Mateo Gaina giving them life. And that is the halftime whistle. Cuba pulling a goal back in first half stoppage time to make things rather interesting as we approach the final 35 minutes. It was a rapid start by Belize. Jordan Glenn and Davion Serrano, 2 goals in the opening 10 minutes, but Mateo Gaina adding a penalty kick tally after Leo Dani Reve bundled down in the area in first half stoppage time. At the end of our first half, the scoreline is Belize 2, Cuba 1, but a change in moods in the dressing rooms after that penalty make. We'll step aside, hear from Aruba when we return, the highlights and the second half from the Stadion Jose Weaver. Stick with us. We welcome you back to Aruba, where we get a look back at our first half highlights from this final position clash in League B between Belize and Cuba, both entering after achieving 3 points in their respective groups and finishing third in their groups. And we wondered who would have the upper hand. And well, the early answer was Belize. How about this? Jordan Glenn inside 3 minutes, delivering the opener and providing a shock liftoff for the Jaguars. And it wouldn't just stop there, because Belize would continue to push on after this. A rapid start in which they roamed down the left, and Jordan Glenn buries it. And then after Cuba tried to create some havoc the other direction, shortly thereafter, Belize would pounce again. The Jaguars showing that they're kings of the football pitch in the opening 10 minutes. Some 50-50 clashes where both sides dealt with some lingering knocks, and then in the 10th minute, the second came. Davion Serrano gets the better of Adonis Cisnero for pace and a near identical finish to make it 2 for Cuba, for Belize, inside 10 minutes. What a start it was. It looked like maybe Belize would cruise, but to Cuba's credit, started to grow into things as the first half wore on. First 20 minutes or so, they struggled to establish any clear semblance of chances. But in the last 15, you saw a number of real chances brew, as this was a penalty shout that was waved away by our official. And maybe when you look back at that, you'd feel there was an impediment required to call a penalty. And there were more chances for Belize before finally the tide started to shift around the final 15 minutes of that first half. Guyana starting to take over the match, trying to pick out the far left corner here, just narrowly missing. This was a very well-worked effort. And then Cuba continuing to twist the screws. Grotestan nearly picking out the bottom left. Stories of nears until Leodani Reve brought down in the area. It sets up Guyana from 12 yards, who puts it right in the back of the net and provides a lifeline for Cuba before intermission as the halftime whistle would sound. And at the end of 35 minutes, we find ourselves in a competitive affair. It is 2-1 to Belize in this final position match, but still all to play for when we return. Stick with us, the second half coming up shortly. We welcome you back here from the island of Aruba. A double change for Belize, a side that suddenly finds itself having to make adjustments after conceding late in that first half. The final kick of the first with a penalty. A bunch of changes will pop up on your screen in a matter of moments. Belize hoping to rectify what was a somewhat shaky close to the opening 45 minutes. We will see if they can do so. And back underway from Aruba, the second half between Belize and Cuba in this final position match in League B. Here's an early break forward from Enrique Tamay. Belize bossed the majority of things in terms of chance quality in the first half, but in the final 15 minutes, Cuba started to flip the switch and won that penalty. Leo Dani Reve brought down. Mateo Gailina delivered. Just like that, we have a brand new match on our hands. Quaden Arthurs is one of the men to enter for Belize, one of multiple. Gaina. Negotiating through traffic. Gaina in space, lays it off. Nearly gets it back. .36 minutes gone here from Aruba, 2-1 scoreline. So the three changes for Belize as they've looked to alter things here. Quaden Arthurs as well as one young. And Leon Lord Jr. all enter. A massive alteration from Dale Pelayo as he hopes this will stabilize things for a Belize side that had a wobble towards the end of the first. And did concede as well. Harris collects. So it is Young for Daniel Kaliz. It is Lord into the action for Rajiv Shepard. And then Quaden Arthurs also into the match. Triple alteration that you've seen on your screen now. And now you can see the substitutions. Zarin Pereira is the man who vacates as well. Gaina playing this through. Rojas sprinting after it. He does keep it in. Brancharan. He wanted the run of Jordan Glenn, who was the most impactful presence going forward for Belize in that first half. But there has been a different tone to this second. Cuba has come out firing on all cylinders in aggressive pursuit of a potential equalizer. And why not, given how they ended that first half? For those just joining us, we welcome you into our venue. Well, here is Rojas. Cleared away by Alex Jorge, the 13-year-old. I had to refresh the page because talkback. Here is the substitute, Arthurs. Well, we're inside the final 30 minutes now, and it should be a very entertaining final 30. For those just joining us, 2 goals in the opening 10 minutes by Belize. Jordan Glenn and Davian Serrano providing 2 almost identical-looking goals. But just before halftime, with Cuba growing into it, Leo Danieleve winning a penalty and Mateo Gaina finishing it in stoppage time. And it set the backdrop for what should be a very interesting conclusion to both these sides' respective Concacaf Under-15 Boys Championship campaigns. All of the matches, of course, taking place in Aruba this week. Cisnero. Gaina played forward to Rojas, hoping to weave through traffic. Now maybe an opportunity for Belize to counter. Glenn giving chase. Stabbed away. Well, there is your look at Leandro Sanchez, the center back. Key presence for Cuba throughout this tournament. 14-year-old. One of many to make his trade in his native Cuba. Medwood Jr. roving forward. Has space to shoot. Just dragged wide. This is a great chance. Clive Medwood Jr. sends 2 Cuban defenders clattering into each other and then carves out the space required to put one towards frame. Just not able to pick out that bottom right corner. Here's the substitute, Arthurs. And now forward to Glenn. Taking on his defender. Has space. Glenn makes it 3. A brace for Jordan Glenn, and that reestablishes Belize's 2-goal advantage. Very well worked. Glenn just gets to the wrong side of Leandro Sanchez, and once he does that, he has the goal at his mercy. A very similar finish to the one he provided in the first half. And after 44 minutes, Belize back in the driver's seat. They have extinguished a potential Cuba rally. Serrano giving chase. Well, now for Cuba, the path back just got that much more difficult. You wonder if the first half had maybe continued for 5 more minutes, if that had been the prime opportunity for them to pounce and grab a second. Instead, halftime came and Belize has recovered. Now another effort. This deflected off the crossbar. Decent shot there from Kamani Ranjaran, and out for a Belizean corner. Well, here in Aruba, there were questions over whether Cuba would completely change the trajectory of this match. They have been answered in emphatic fashion now. A fourth for Belize. It is the substitute, Leon Lord Jr., who makes it 4-1 to the Jaguars. A perfect header at the back post. And just like that, Belize is well on its way to seeing this out. Entered 10 minutes ago at halftime. He strikes on the set piece. Leon Lord Jr. making it 4-1 in the 46th. Belize weathered that Cuban storm. Got it to halftime despite conceding. And 2 goals in as many minutes to surely wrap things up now for the Jaguars. What a performance this has been from Dave Pelayo's men. Grotestan has no one in the vicinity. And out for just a goal kick. It felt all to play for at halftime. It feels like it's all Belize's now. They could round out the campaign with multiple wins, which would definitely be a promising conclusion to what was a group stage that didn't quite go their way. Serrano. High arcing cross. Dayson lets it run out of play. Clive Medwood Jr., a standout for this Belizean side. Just leads with so much steadiness. He knows when to time his runs forward. Sits back and anchors the defense well when necessary too. Arthurs. Appeals for handball. Finds its way right back to him. Hoofed clear towards Grotestan, who is penalized for undercutting Medwood Jr. Little captain-on-captain transgression. 2 more changes for Cuba. At this point, they must throw caution to the wind. There is no other option. Cristiano Torriente is one of the men to enter, as is a goalkeeping change. Dario Chavez will replace Claudio Dayson between the sticks. Rojas vacating for Torriente. Dayson out for Chavez. Floating ball towards Glenn. Meanwhile, Adonis Cisnero also out for Leodan Alfonso. That is the 3rd change. So Alfonso for Cisnero, Torriente for Rojas, and then the change between the sticks. It is Chavez's opportunity to log a promising 20 minutes and change to close this. Arthur stands over this set piece. Curling towards the back post. Glenn got his head to it, and he was inches from a potential hat trick. Just steering it the wrong direction. You see this float in. It's a dangerous ball, and Glenn probably feels he should have done better. had the entire back post at his mercy. Here's Torriente's first touch. 50 minutes gone, a 4-1 scoreline. Jordan Glenn and Leon Lord Jr. eradicating any semblance of doubt that you may have felt at halftime. And Belize is in position to end its 2025 Boys U-15 Championship on a very high note. Defender slips. Groteston just a couple of footsteps late. An excellent recovery by what appears to be Clive Medwood Jr. again, and that it is. A masterclass in defense from the 15-year-old captain. Glenn turning on the afterburners. Is there a fifth on the cards? A penalty. Kamani Rancharan impeded, and a chance from the spot for Belize, it seems. Hand-fighting between the two. Rather interesting to see where this goes, and they give it as a penalty on the 50-50. Usually you see scenarios like that benefit the defender. But it sets up Rancharan, who won the penalty from 12 yards against the reserve goalkeeper, Chavez. Dario Chavez against Kamani Rancharan. And instead, they've swapped the penalty taker. And it's another for Jordan Glenn. A hat trick for the striker. And Belize is cruising now. Well, it's fitting. They put their number 9 on this penalty, and he delivers in true number 9 fashion. Now a hat trick for the star forward. To make it 5-1. And we're hearing word that there may be an ongoing protocol on the pitch at the moment. Hearing word it is due to lightning in the area. So a rainy morning, and we've been hit with inclement weather, it seems, in the second half, right after Jordan Glenn completing his hat trick. But a referee, as of now, appears content to let play go on. And that he will. So back underway here from Aruba. Jordan Glenn with a hat trick, completing it from the penalty spot moments ago. The opener in the third, the dagger in the 44th, and then the most recent penalty in the 52nd. Belize has been on cruise control throughout the second half. There was a wobble towards the late stages of the first. Cuba pulling a goal back. But halftime came at the right time for the Jaguars. And they have used that opportunity to regroup and take care of business in very loud fashion. Rancharan, he's the man who won the most recent penalty for Belize. Final 15 minutes beckons. And this result does not appear in doubt. It would take a colossal meltdown for Belize to not win this. One back again. Serrano. Crossing it in towards Glenn. And still Glenn just over the bar. He had his fourth on his mind. Changes now for Belize. They know this is wrapped up. Noe Flores Jr. replacing Stefan Harris between the sticks. Meanwhile, Alessandro Na also entering. It is Na into the action for what appears to be Kamani Rancharan A defensive-minded swap as Belize looks to shore up this result. Na for Rancharan, Flores for Harris. The change between the sticks for Belize. A side that now leads 5-1 after bagging a trio of second-half tallies, 2 of which scored by Jordan Glenn to complete his hat trick. We are now inside the final 15. Remember, 35-minute halves in the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. And the end of the match, as it appears, is coming somewhat mercifully for Cuba. They had their bright moment. The bright moment has been extinguished quite decisively. I'm sure entering today, teams would have expected a relatively even affair. Belize lower in the U-17 rankings, but obviously the U-15 and U-17 teams very different in CONCACAF. But on paper, Cuba would have been favored. At a minimum, you would have expected a narrowly contested affair. But Belize has just been so ruthless in the final third. The side out of Group D has logged its best performance in its last match. There you have it on your screen. The hat trick from Glenn, the headliner. Goals by Davian Serrano and Leon Lord Jr. also in the midst of that. The only goal scored by Mateo Gaina to pull the scoreline to 2-1 on the stroke of halftime. Since then, Belize has been undeterred and untouchable in the final third. Arthurs, the halftime substitute. Comes wide. This is Michael Whitaker. It's actually one Young, excuse me. Medwood Jr. Looking forward for Glenn. Does read it well, and now forced wide. Chance may be brewing for Belize with 6 in their sights. This will be a strong conclusion to Belize's tournament. And while it didn't go according to plan in what was a loaded group that featured the likes of Curaçao and Jamaica, they will end with a very happy conclusion. Sprayed wide, and it is beyond the reach of Young and Medwood. Two teams head to the touchline. It's a decisive display from Dave Pelayo's men as 2 changes being readied for Cuba. It will be the end of Alex Jorge's day. As well as Leo Dani Reve, the man who won the penalty that gave Cuba hope before the break. Well, your look at Jordan Glenn, a masterclass in the second half. The third goal to polish off the results. And then from the penalty spot moments ago to make it 5. This is a masterclass from Belize's number 9. No ways around it. The fourth came with an excellent in-swinging ball. Leon Lord there to pounce. No chance for Claudio Deson. And from this point on, there was zero doubt about who will prevail in this fixture. Final came from the spot. Glenn capping off his hat trick. Dario Chavez rooted to his line. Nothing he could do with a penalty that well placed. And that is the star man in our cooling break. He has beaten the goalkeeper 3 times. Twice Deson, once Chavez, and 3 times Cuba. Changes now on your screen. Reve and Jorge out. Martinez in. For Reve in the heart of midfield. And then the other substitute added to the fold, Osvoni Martin. So Martin for Jorge, Martinez for Reve. Those are your 2 changes as Cuba hopes to provide some inspiration in the final 10 minutes. Torriente clatters into the defender. No whistle from our official. And the reserve goalkeeper, Noe Flores, able to pounce. Serrano. Hoof towards Glenn, who may have been offside, and the flag is raised. That's a strong performance by the Group C sides in League B so far. Curaçao winning earlier today, as well as Belize throttling Los Leones del Caribe at the moment. Glenn, he is the man of the moment for the Jaguars. Hooked across, nearly fell for Young. Ramos stabs away. Martin wins the set piece. For Cuba, it completes a disappointing spell, a side that, as we mentioned, has never reached a knockout stage, largely in League B. Last year, League A was a rocky go of it, with the only victory coming over the special guest nation that did not have to qualify via the Concacaf rankings in Qatar. And this campaign, after winning their opener, has drawn to a rather unfortunate conclusion. Belize still hunting more carnage. Glenn off to the races. Nearly got there. Takes a ricochet out. And I believe Cuba, for the time being, has gotten off scot-free. Chavez, a big gamble there that nearly paid a massive price for. Martin. Kaliz again. From long range. Rolling it comfortably to Chavez. Belize, when you watch them play, you would think that they're up 2-1, not 5-1. There is no lack of urgency involved. Playing like a team trying to kill off a match for good. There's a degree of comfort in the way with which they play, but not a degree of relaxation yet. Torriente. Grounding his defender in Medwood. It's an inviting cross. Still loose. A chance for Cuba. Excellent intervention there from Flores and company. For a moment, Cuba was knocking. It was Martinez, the substitute, who nearly made an instant impact. Ramos. Maybe space to break again for Belize. There are numbers. And caught between two minds. Final 5 minutes now. And it is Belize that is cruising. At this point, the result all but assured. A side that jumped out to a 2-0 lead inside 10 minutes. Pegged back on the precipice of intermission. And then opening the second half in emphatic fashion, extinguishing any hope for Cuba to get back in this match. Jordan Glenn, the star with a hat trick, 2 of them coming after the restart. One of them opening the scoring after just 3 minutes. It has been comprehensive from Belize, from wire to wire. Martin looking for Torriente. Protestant gives chase and is well off the pace. Martinez. Wide again. Cuba just looking to conjure some semblance of consolation. At this point, any hope of a result is effectively off the table. They've dropped Ramos in a center back to accommodate some of the incoming midfielders for Cuba. Some tweaks from Lazaro Rodriguez as he looks to build a more versatile squad for a lot of these lads when they move up the Cuban youth national team ranks. Arthurs wins the free kick. Pinged forward. If you're Dale Pelayo, you will take a lot of bright things from this. A side that maybe didn't always perform to the top of its level in the group stage, but one that has punched above its weight today and landed a series of haymakers, 5 to be precise, while dominating the bulk of the run of play. Meanwhile, Lazaro Rodriguez, plenty to reevaluate when the next U-15 championship rolls around. A lot of these players may still be eligible, especially a few 13, 12-year-olds on the roster. It's also a chance for the Cuban Football Association as a whole to evaluate some of the young talents they have. Again, remember, this tournament, a platform for some of the top stars in Concacaf to emerge. Gio Reyna with the United States a few years back, Tarixton Vuelto with Honduras, a number of others that have made names for themselves on the youth international stage in this very stage. And we've already seen some rising stars. Jordan Glenn may be doing that with Belize as we speak. Here's another chance for Belize. Sprinting at the defense, a long-range effort. Just sailing wide. Glenn was waiting, but instead opting to take it was Serrano, who had a brace on his mind. It was not a bad effort. Weaves his way through 3 defenders, just bashing it wide of that top right corner for which he was aiming. Final minute of the added 70, or the initial 70. And then added time will be what separates Belize from a rout of their Cuban foes today. Alfonso. Pero. Grotestan. Is there one final opportunity for Cuba late? Does not appear so. We are beyond the initial 70. It is all at the fourth official and our referee's discretion. And we will not play any added time. A 5-1 trouncing by Belize of Cuba to round out the 2025 Concacaf Under-15 Boys Championship for both sides. It was a fast start in which Belize struck twice in the opening 10 minutes. There were signs of life from Cuba on the stroke of halftime, with Mateo Gallina providing a goal to pull them back into things, but 3 second-half goals allow Belize to shut the door with authority. It finishes Belize 5, Cuba 1 in this final position match in League B. We will step aside briefly, and when we return, a look back at our full-time highlights from Aruba. We welcome you back to Aruba, where we get a look at our full-time highlights in this final position League B match between Belize and Cuba. A pair of sides hoping to end their respective Concacaf Under-15 Boys Championships on a high note. And what a high note it turned out to be for the Jaguars of Belize, a side that got off to a flying start after just 3 minutes. Jordan Glenn threw on goal and providing liftoff for Belize, and from there it became a party for Belize throughout the bulk of that first half. Glenn, the first of 3 goals he scored this afternoon, a hat trick on the youth international stage to make a name for himself in Belizean football. And then 7 minutes later, the second coming from Davion Serrano, a near identical finish to the one Glenn procured just 7 minutes prior. And after 10 minutes, it was 2-0 to Belize, and it looked like maybe they would go on to cruise, creating a number of more opportunities, some clumsy issues at the back from Cuba defensively, and they just did not look up for it for the first 20. But then Mateo Gallina started to take the match over for a good 15-minute window. Cuba showed some life, and towards the end of the first half, did find a breakthrough after the Grotestan effort just went wide. Dani Reve brought down in the area. It set up Gallina from the spot right on the final kick of the first half, and he pulled Cuba back within a goal. And we thought maybe we'd have a match in the second half, a super competitive affair towards the end of the 35. Well, spoiler alert, it ended poorly for Cuba. Belize breaking forward, reestablishing control after a trio of halftime substitutions, and then Jordan Glenn providing his second to slam the door on Cuba through 44 minutes. And then after that, it all went from bad to worse for Los Leones del Caribe. 2 minutes later, a header at the back post from the substitute, Leon Lord Jr., to make it 4-1. And that wasn't all from Belize, who continued to push on and create danger. There was almost no chances of note at the tail end of the second half for Cuba. You saw Rancharan brought down, and who else but Glenn stepping up to polish off his hat trick after just 52 minutes. And from there, Cuba would be forced to watch as the final 18 minutes ticked off, and Belize saw this out. There was one more chance for Glenn, tried to take this in the half volley, could have had 4 and narrowly missed. And then this opportunity as well for Belize. Glenn again charging through on goal. Errors at the back with the substitute keeper Chavez unable to clear it. And while Cuba had one big chance here towards the end of the match through Martinez, that was the only real chance of note. Serrano here nearly made it 6 as well. It was just chance after chance for Belize. It easily could have been 6 or 7, but instead they settle for what was a 5-1 throttling of Cuba in this final position match to round out their Concacaf Boys Under 15 championship campaign. Well, that is where our action finishes this afternoon from the Estadio Jose Weaver. There is more action on the cards this afternoon in League B, but until then, we say so long from Aruba, where it finishes Belize 5, Cuba 1. Sam Goldfarb saying have a great rest of your day, everyone.
and the British Virgin Islands, as both countries look to finish their campaigns on a high note. Sean St. Jacques, our entire crew, happy to have you with us. 81 degrees, a little bit of a chance here of precipitation. We hope that Mother Nature holds off for us here for our first game of 2 in these playoff rounds at the end of what's been already a very, very fun week of Concacaf Boys Under 15 Championship play. Barbados and the British Virgin Islands trying to come into this game with some positivity, trying to leave with a victory to finish off their respective campaigns at this tournament. And these are two teams, of course, that have gone through the trials and tribulations in League B and are hoping that today could be a nice finish to their campaigns as a whole. You look back on what these two teams have done so far. Barbados was in a very difficult Group E in League B. We're not able to pick up any points along the way, but they'll have a chance to rectify that in this game here today. Same thing for the British Virgin Islands. They had some good moments, particularly a goal against Guatemala. Of course, they're trying to follow up on that and make sure that they leave with something to hold on to here and a win. Again, that's always what it could potentially be in a positive way to take some momentum moving forward into future games and, of course, future major tournaments as well. Both of these two teams particularly will look to get some goals on the board as well to try to key in on some of that confident play. And on top of all of that, we'll try to finish off what would be a sparkling conclusion to a very tough and competitive campaign. Should mention that as well. The groups, especially in League B, have been so tight, very deep with talent, and we are excited to see how Barbados and the British Virgin Islands get on here as they finish up their respective groups and, of course, now playoff campaigns. We will step aside for a moment. The teams are just about ready to begin their processions out onto the field here. We'll have anthems, then, of course, we'll have lineups, and then the kickoff between Barbados and the British Virgin Islands. Charles St. Jacques back here with you after the playing of the national anthems here. Welcome back, everyone, to the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. We're in the playoff rounds here. Both teams looking to finish on a high note after a group stage that saw definitely both teams tested. They're hoping to finish with some positivity and, of course, a victory, more importantly than anything else. Yeah, this is one of our League B playoff round games. We start with the starting lineups, of course. Mark Nunez and Barbados line up like this. Javante Ward is going to be a key cog in this attacking setup here today. Can he find the back of the net? Amari Small, Javier Marshall will certainly help along the way there as well. Rosario Roach captains the side in the midfield. The likes of Adam King, Xavier Thorne, Ty Waterman helping out from the defensive side of things, and Shaquan King gets the starting goal. Roach will go shake hands with Trevon Stevens, who captains the side for the British Virgin Islands. Amari Majors of Bermuda, he's our head official. The DR, Jamaica, Puerto Rico, all represented amongst our on-field officiating crew, and of course, there is no VAR. Now the captains will exchange their banners. They'll take their customary photo with our referees at the halfway line as we look at Cassandra Gregg's British Virgin Islands starting 11. Trevon Stevens, as we mentioned, captains the side in goal. And then the front three of Miles Penn, Tyreek Charles, Corey Sebastian. Can they provide the finishing touch? And Hardy, Pasco, and Salt in the midfield. William Walters, Freites, and Lawton make up a back four in a 4-3-3 standard formation. Again, both of these two teams were heavily tested along the way, and really it's a case of who wasn't, especially in League B, where the groups were so tight, so much depth. Both teams have a chance to finish with a victory, and that, again, could carry a lot of confidence and momentum moving on into the future. Barbados are in all blue with the yellow trim. The British Virgin Islands are the ones who kick us off. They are in yellow with the green numerals, and we are underway here in Oranjestad in Aruba. The Stadion CD Jose Weber, and we're off and running. More coverage here of the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. And Barbados are on the front foot here in these opening seconds. The British Virgin Islands will just about get it clear, at least for the moment, as it's sent back over to this near side. It just goes underneath the boot of the intended target, and it's a throw-in on this near side after Seth Goodridge was not quite able to control it. Well, two things we should mention to you off the top. These are 70-minute games, 35-minute halves, as we've had all tournament. And the second part is that we should mention, we talked about a threatening chance of rain earlier. This field has already suffered some of that, and there are puddles throughout the field that the players will have to try and contend with here that are going to make at least some impact on how this game does play out. So we'll see, hopefully not too much, but as you can see, there are definitely some puddles on the field, and that will make some sort of an impact on how the game is going to be played. Barbados recover well on this far side. They'll clear it just to the middle of their own half on this near side. Picked up by Goodridge. Goodridge looks to go down the line on this near side. Thorne helps out as well. The British Virgin Islands will clear it. I'm sure both coaches will be hoping, of course, for some goals, but also for their defenses to tighten up just a little bit. Both teams did struggle in the goals concede category in their League B group stage campaigns. This is Small to the byline. Cross into the middle is caught by Stevens in goal. One thing we could also add on at the beginning here is that both goalkeepers definitely have a height advantage and can cover a lot of ground between the sticks. We'll see how that plays out. Could impact some of the final third decision making. But Goodridge puts that cross in here. That is going to spin out of play. And it will be a corner for Barbados on the near side. On the set piece, it bounced kindly, at least initially, and then it is fired over the top by Xavier Thorne, and it goes out for a goal kick. Again, the British Virgin Islands are hoping to get off to a good start here, but defensively they've been tested early on here. Touch forward by Thorne. And it'll roll out of play on this near side. That's a throw-in. Good pressure here from Barbados. British Virgin Islands do play their way through here, and there could be a chance down this near side. In the end, ooh, did that roll out of play? Assistant referee says no. Barbados emerged with possession in the end. All the way back for Shaquan King, who outlets it to this near side. Again, you can see the ball sometimes getting caught on the surface here. Could lead to some more service over the top at times as this game moves along. That time it rolls out, and it will be a throw-in to the British Virgin Islands here. Again, you look back through Group F, where the British Virgin Islands were playing and taking on the likes of Guatemala, the Dominican Republic, and St. Kitts and Nevis. Very, very difficult group to try and navigate through, as they're able to fend off that attempt. And then similar things for Barbados in a very tough Group E. Had quite a few big names in there as well, the likes of Bermuda, Antigua and Barbuda, but most notably Trinidad and Tobago along the way as well. And that's going to be a foul, free kick. It looks like a yellow card as well. Tyreek Charles late on the challenge. And the referee, rightly, goes to the pocket. No questions about that. That's our first booking. Just inside of 6 first half minutes. Gives Barbados a pretty good set-piece opportunity here. Javante Ward clipping it. And on the doorstep, it's headed in. There's the opening goal. Barbados strike first on the finish from Malik Peters. And inside of 7 minutes, the boys in blue have the lead. Well, he claimed it right away, Malik Peters. Lovely little flick. And it majestically floated over the top of Stevens and in. And Barbados grabbed the first goal of the game. And on the cutback here, Roach. And then Rollins. Not quite able to figure that out on this occasion, and then it is cleared away. On the cutback here, this is Thorne. thorn again. A good switch onto the far side by Ward. Bounces back towards him and then, oh, Small, lovely skill here. And eventually dribbles into one too many yellow kits and is dispossessed. The British Virgin Islands looking to gallop up the other end here. It's good goalkeeping off the line from King to clear it up the other end. A lovely cutback here. That feed was deflected. Barbados continuing to push forward here. Trying to build on this opening goal. Rollins cutting in field. Ward lets the shot go. And Stevens makes a comfortable save. A good take here. Little cut by Ward to find some space. Shot goes right down the heart of the goal in the end. Oh, lovely cutback here. Just too many blue shirts in between them and the goal there for the British Virgin Islands. Trying to make some attacking moments happen in the final third. See there, Malik Peters already on the score sheet to give Barbados the 1-0 lead. Goals for these two teams have been few and far between at this tournament. Good to see them getting some positive moments here. The British Virgin Islands on the attack here. It's going to deflect out for a throw-in on the near side. Lawton does well. Cuts back onto his left, then tries to do the same thing onto his right. Gets caught underneath his own feet there. Nearly given away here by Barbados, who still have to clear this, and they do with a chance to transition into an attacking moment. Small cuts it infield for Roach. Back for Small, lovely give and go. And the cross into the middle is touched out. That'll be a corner. It's clipped in by Small. This is King. And King could not get a shot away, and then as it's clear, there's a foul. And the British Virgin Islands will get a free kick. Another look. Extended arm there from Adam King. Leads to the foul. British Virgin Islands win this back, but the shot going forward there was a little bit ambitious. Shaquan King will reset for the goal scorers, the leaders here in Barbados. Lovely little take there, and well, the runs turn into quite the dribble forward. But the feed towards the byline. Oh, it ricochets kindly for the British Virgin Islands here. There's numbers queuing up. Cross pinballs around! Oh, and then it's deflected over the top by the goalkeeper, King. Oh, what a wild moment that was. The ball just kept pinballing, ricocheting, deflecting around off multiple players. And King did not know much about that. Might have hit off of his face on the way through. He tumbles over after making a big stop for Barbados there. It was Albie Lawton who made it all happen initially for the British Virgin Islands, and they're so unfortunate to not find an equalizer there. What a peculiar moment. Still the corner to come. Oh, it comes down on this near side edge, but no one can get a real touch on it definitively. It allows Barbados to try to break, but it's quickly swept away. It eventually deflects out for a throw-in. Well, there's a player down for Barbados away from the play. Referee is going to bring on the medical staff here to have a look. Looks like for now Barbados will be down to 10 while they take a further look off the field. Oh, lovely spin here. Barbados do get the defensive step in there on the back end. Oh, lovely turn there into space by Lawton. Keeps the British Virgin Islands in possession. And then Barbados win the ball back, high up the field. They don't quite have the numbers here, but they certainly have a chance to transition into the attack. Peters, the goal scorer. Crossed into the middle, takes a deflection. Oh, and it nearly fell kindly for Amari Small, but it bounces past him and gets cleared upfield. And meanwhile, Barbados, unfortunately, are going to have to make an early change here. Rajari Rollins was the player that was being attended to. He will be not able to continue, so he is going to be substituted out. And Israel Watson takes his place. Well, what a tussle that is for possession. It goes Barbados' way after the referee blows the play dead. Again, Barbados on the prowl here, trying to extend their lead Oh, but that one flashes over the top and out of play for a throw. Just to the right, it looks like, of the British Virgin Islands technical area on this near side. Substitute. Thorne. Little give and go. It's touched towards the edge of the area on this near side. Then ricochets out for yet another. Well, at least it was initially looking like it was going to be a throw. It's going to go the opposite direction. Thorne wins it back. Roach tried to thread the needle. Played square again. And again, Barbados keep it at this end of the pitch. Trying to put more and more pressure on here. Roach picks up the pieces. There comes the shot. And it snuck through. It's in. Barbados have doubled their lead here. Amari Small had a pretty small gap to aim at, but he slithers it through to give Barbados a 2-0 lead. Now, from our vantage point, you wondered if that was the outside of the netting for a split second. But Amari Small with a bullseye into the bottom left-hand corner to double the delight for Barbados here. 2-0 inside of 20 minutes. Now Small and Peters, two of the players we highlighted when we went through starting lineups at the beginning, have both cashed in. And Barbados are flowing with confidence here at the moment. 2-0 to the good already. And they're back on the front foot again here, down the byline. Lovely cutback. Cross into the middle is headed high into the air. Nudge to the edge of the 18-yard box. And eventually, British Virgin Islands do escape with the ball here. And they nearly bring it up the other end, but Barbados have enough defenders back to win it back. A lovely give and go here. This is Roach, and Roach is dispossessed. Ooh, that pass came up short. Barbados do well to make sure that didn't lead to a cheap giveaway. But as soon as I say that, they do give the ball away. Good pressure in that midfield by the British Virgin Islands here. And then again, Barbados win the ball back, this time on the far side. But not for very long. Back and forth it goes. For eventually, it goes out for a throw. There's your goal scoring recap. Peters and then Small. Barbados 2 to the good as we look at the last sequence here. Referee eventually gave Barbados a free kick. Again, that'll be a Barbados free kick after that back and forth sequence. But a good couple of tussles here in the midfield. Both teams fighting hard to win the ball back. Try to win those individual duels in the middle of the park. Barbados slightly edging those, I would say, at the moment. Another chance to bring this forward. Another shot. That is blocked. Barbados then poke it through. It's more good build-up play here. Ward tries to slither a pass through. And as Barbados do clear it, that is going to be a foul and a free kick. And a talking to Roach, the captain, from the referee. Really didn't have to make that challenge, to the referee's point. One of those, it would have been better to just let it go. That's going to roll out of play on this near side. Throw in for the British Virgin Islands with just over 10 minutes plus stoppages left in the half. A lovely little feed there going forward for Barbados here. It's Ward sliding it through. And Small clipping it. Oh, and it's touched onto the bar. Stevens just does just about enough, I should say. Gets a piece on it. It then floated up in the air. You wondered where it was going to land. And the answer was on top of the crossbar. There's where that wingspan can certainly help you out as a goalkeeper. Stevens does well. Does give up a corner in the process. And the British Virgin Islands win the ball back off that corner. And they do have some numbers here in transition. Oh, but the ball played through is cut out brilliantly. Marshall with a huge defensive intervention there in transition. Thorne up the other end. Gets past a challenge, but his pass comes up short. And now it could allow the British Virgin Islands to break up the other end here, but it's a poor touch. And again, Barbados used that to win it back. Oh, and then as soon as I say that, Waterman loses out. Again, the British Virgin Islands look to bring it up the other end. Oh, lovely bit of skill here. And then it's pushed forward to the edge of the area on this near side. Back for Lawton. First time cross in is cleared. Back for Lawton to collect. Who then gets his pocket picked. Barbados' turn to try to attack. Peters. Early ball. Back for Peters. Oh, and it's a good take on the edge of the area. Was there a foul on the edge of the area? Yes. The referee waited to see what would happen moving forward there. It is going to be a free kick for Barbados, and we're going to see a yellow card come out for Kenroy William, who made the challenge. There you can see clearly a foul. Referee waited for advantage to come there. It never did, and makes the right call. Confirmation of William with the yellow card. And Barbados are in pretty good space here to try to get a shot on target. They can keep it down. And there's a player down here for Barbados. Looks like that's Marshall. He's made a couple of big challenges in this first half. He needs a moment here. Barbados have already had to make one injury substitution in this half. They don't want to have to make another. they can help it. We'll wait and see on that. We say this is good positioning for a free kick. The tough part is getting it over the wall and then getting it on target from this short of a distance. It is a skill that really takes a lot of practice to get down. Amari Small and Javante Ward, one of them is going to try to give it a shot here, so to speak. It is going to be Small, and as we just pointed out, gets it over the wall, but couldn't dip it right back down on target. Good attempt, though, must be said. Gave it a pretty good go. And now a giveaway. Barbados have numbers here. Lovely give and go into the area. It fell for Ward, whose shot was blocked. And it ricochets over the goal and out of play. Well, Barbados, when their press has worked in this first half, it's worked really well. That ricochet takes it out for a corner. And from the corner, it's a free header, and it's 3-0. Off the head of number 3, Adam King. And with 5 minutes left in the half, Barbados are in dreamland here. Number 3 makes it 3-0. A towering header from the Barbados defender here. And after Stevens had already committed, he could not get back in time. Adam King takes full advantage. And a wonderful first half continues for Barbados. Well, they have deserved it, just about, Barbados here. They have been so good, and they've been taking advantage of the opportunities they've been given and are being very clinical. They get into that final third, and they could be off to the races again here. Stevens, though, steps in nicely on that cross into the middle. Here they come again. Another slip of the ball through here. Good save, Stevens, to deny Small. Out for yet another corner. Oh, another look. Look at that feed. Outside of the boot from Peters. Small, thwarted, but more brilliant Barbados build-up play here. And now from the set piece, King again. Oh, wasn't far away. Waterman tried to size it up. Then it's volleyed by Roach after the referee had already blown the whistle. It's like no assault. He's still down here. Or the British Virgin Islands holding onto his right leg. Oh, I think he might have gotten kneed in the back, actually, by Ty Waterman. Assault will be attended to here. Decision appears to have been, of course, a free kick for the British Virgin Islands as well. Of course, now we're just making sure and hopeful that no assault is okay here. And he is back up onto his own 2 feet, which of course is always promising to see. This was the initial cross in from the corner. Actually, that was the goal just a moment ago. Adam King rising the highest and using, dare I say, the crown of his head to head that in. They've been brilliant, Barbados. They really have been excellent in this first half. There's been some flashes and some positivity for the British Virgin Islands as well. They just haven't had the quality of the chances that Barbados have been able to put forth in this first half. Still about a minute and a half, though, and stoppages left in this first period. Charles up ahead as his pass cut out. And Barbados, who've been just so clever with their close control. C. Small do a wonderful job holding up the play. Now pushing a chase down this far side. The cross into the middle. He's miscontrolled in the end by Goodridge. But Barbados put pressure on and get a throw in on the near side. Thorne's throw. Barbados will recycle it as we wait to see how much stoppage time there will be at the end of the half. Thorne tried to slither that through. Deflects out of play. Nice turn. Little dummy, actually. And it could open up a chance here, but nice job by Saltz to close the ankle down and clear it away. We are into one additional minute here at the end of the half. A half that I think some amongst the Barbados ranks hope won't end here. It's been wonderful from their point of view. They've certainly had their shooting boots on, that's for sure. 3 goals from 3 unique goal scorers. British Virgin Islands do win the ball back here. Could they have the last word? At the end of the half, ball played looking for Charles. And Charles does not give up on it here. Continues to try to muscle his way in behind. Referee says no foul on either player. And that's going to be a goal kick. I think you heard some shouts from both sides here thinking that this was a foul. Charles for maybe the initial push, but then Thorne tries to fend him off with his arm. And I think both teams thought there was going to be a foul. And I think the referee rightly said, well, I think they two cancel each other out there. King clears. Ball's going to bounce out of play on this near side for a Barbados throw. Up to the referee how much longer we continue on here at the end of the half. And as the ball is thrown back in, that is the last act of the first half here in Aruba. Well, Barbados were very, very strong in that first half. No questions at all about that. 3-0. They lead. 3 different goal scorers leading the way. Peters, Small, and King all on the score sheet, all inside of the first 30 minutes of the match. Certainly some bright spots for the British Virgin Islands, particularly in the midfield, but they'll need to get some more quality chances put together if they are to make a comeback in the second half. We will have first half highlights coming up in just a moment here at the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. But for now, we step aside. At the half, it's Barbados 3, the British Virgin Islands 0. Welcome back, everybody. Halftime highlights here at the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. Barbados and the British Virgin Islands both trying to finish their respective tournament campaigns with a victory. And certainly Barbados to put themselves in pole position to do that after what was their best half of the tournament so far. I think that's fair to say. They created the bulk of the chances, the best of the quality opportunities as well. And then, of course, early on, the early minutes of the game, that would eventually lead to them finding the breakthrough. Tyreek Charles did pick up a yellow card for the British Virgin Islands there with a late tackle. And then from that set piece, Ward putting it into the middle. Lovely cushioned header into the back of the net by Malik Peters to give Barbados the advantage. And look at this, lovely skill here. Amari Small, not quite able to get all the way through the defense there. And Barbados get a shot away here from Ward. It was held on to by Stevens. British Virgin Islands had a couple of chances. That was a big save by King to thwart Albie Lawton. Got some nice plays and nice moments in the first half. Then Small, just slithering that past the goalkeeper. I think everyone, including myself, was wondering for a moment, did it go in? Did it go wide? It very much went in. That made it 2-0 at that particular juncture in the game. Referee there just giving a talking to Roach for his challenge in behind. Then Small here getting to the byline, clipping it across, and Stevens making a good palmed save over the top. Then here referee brought this back for a free kick on the edge of the area. Yellow card for William. We're putting in that challenge. And then Ward had another opportunity to score before this great service and header by Adam King. Has the number 3 on his back for the amount of goals that Barbados have scored in the half. And then Small nearly made it 4-0. After that, good save again by Stevens, and then a big tussle that had both sides up in arms. Referee let it go as a play-on. 3-0 to Barbados is where we stand at the half. We'll step aside for a moment. We'll get you back out to the second 35 minutes in just a moment. Well, welcome back, everybody. Second half between Barbados and the British Virgin Islands. Just saw that Barbados made 3 changes, including a goalkeeper swap, before the second half has begun. We'll clarify those changes for you in just a moment. Team switch sides at the start of the second half. Barbados are going right to left in the second 35, beg your pardon, leading by 3-0 from 3 different goal scorers. Peters, Small, and King. In that order in the first half. Off we go in this playoff finale between these two, with the winner getting a victory to finish off their campaign at the Concacaf Under-15 Boys Championship here. Again, Sean St. Jacques, our entire crew, happy to have you with us. Again, those 3 changes are as follows. Shaquan King, Seth Goodridge, and Javier Marshall all out for Barbados, as it's a free kick given there. Jaden Downs is now in goal, as the British Virgin Islands try to move that forward quickly here. And they still have a chance here. We'll get to the other changes in a moment. Cross is going to go wide and out of play. And Downs, the new goalkeeper, can reset for Barbados. Sasha Pounder and Tyreek Collymore also in as well. A lovely ball down this far side. It's played down that far side, looking to edge towards the area here. Now on the byline, the cross is going to be bundled in. Yes, touched in by Amari Small, who scores for his 2nd goal of the game, and Barbados is 4th. Well, you wondered for a moment if Stevens was going to be able to keep this out. He could not hold on to it, and Small finishes it off. His 2nd, and Barbados lead by 4-0, just like that. 2 minutes into the start of the second half. Well, Barbados' great game has gotten even better. There's the confirmation of those halftime changes. A Small, who's on a hat trick, looks to get in behind here. Can he find the space? It's cleared out, but not definitively. And the follow-up shot by Ward goes wide. Another look. Did this take a deflection, I wonder, on the way through? It very much might have. And it looks like it will be a corner. Barbados will take it quickly. Ward for Small. And Small's ball to the far side is going to go out of play. It's a goal kick. Salt. One back by Watson. This is King. Small. And Small trying to poke it forward. A little collision there. Small follows up. British Virgin Islands again clear it, but Barbados win it back quickly here. Pounder. Edge of the area. Oh, it slips through here. Waterman on the scene. Cutting to the byline. Oh, and his shot is just wide. Seems like everyone getting in on the act here. Continuing to create opportunities and chances. Charles for the British Virgin Islands. And again, Barbados win it back through Ward. Small. Actually, beg your pardon, Peters. Looking for Small. Small still. Amari Small still in search of his hat trick. Won't give up on it here. And eventually has to settle for a throw. He is just beaming with confidence at the moment. And they'll do it again. And from a long throw in, it's poked back out. Salt helps it along. And Barbados win it back for a reset. Here comes Amari Small again. More good build-up play from Barbados here. Ward for Small. Tries to follow it up. And it's cleared out for a throw. Cross in from Small. Oh, it's a really good ball! And that time the attempt does go into the side netting. Amari Small's amazing game continues. Now trying to get other teammates involved. And that was Sasha Pounder. Not able to get this on target. Did get there. Hits it into the side of the netting. Sent ahead by Stevens. Ooh, it takes a kind bounce from the U.S., beg your pardon, for the Virgin Islands point of view. Barbados again have just dominated the midfield, particularly here in the second half to win it back from the British Virgin Islands.
Yes, here we go, well done.
Will be a free kick eventually after that sequence is brought to a halt. British Virgin Islands just not really able to get it past this area of the pitch at the moment. Barbados are doing such a good job winning it off them and recovering. The repress that Barbados have put on has been really, really strong. It seems like any time the British Virgin Islands have a chance to move it forward, Barbados very quickly get the possession back. That's a big reason why they have the healthy lead that they currently enjoy. As a player is down here, that is Kenroy William. Well, Peters in pursuit here, and he does get to it, Peters. Plays it back across, it's deflected. This is Roach, and Roach hits the post. The follow-up is deflected in for another. Javante Ward makes it 5-0. Oh, Roach, the captain, hitting the bottom of the left upright here. Ward then sees it deflect off a pass go in. And Barbados are just relentless at the moment. They keep on coming. And they put up a 5th goal here. Now the 10 minutes to start the second half have been stellar. And Barbados have not rested on their laurels one bit. They've added onto their lead, and they are in very good shape here now. Ward. Roach. Pounder. Settles for a throw. Well, from the throw, we're going to get a cross in here. It's an acrobatic clearance away from the British Virgin Islands. But again, as they've done all half, Barbados win the ball back, and that was handled, it looked like. Well, no assault, doesn't think so. He said it came off his chest. Referee does give Barbados the free kick. Quickly back into play. Small on a hat trick. Wins a throw. Well, from the throw here on this near side. Oh, it's miscontrolled. And Barbados will get us another try at it here. You can see Mark Nunez, the Barbados coach, bottom of your screen in gray. Has to love his way, his team, the way his team, I should say, have taken the bull by the horns here in this second half. Sometimes you see teams go up big and then they take their foot off the gas. That can be when you allow your opponent to get back into it. Although here come the British Virgin Islands here. Goalkeeper will commit. And Downs does well to sweep that away. The substitute goalkeeper, remember, didn't play in the first half. Reads that really well here in the second half. Well, British Virgin Islands thought there should have been a foul there. Not given. Oh, and then that's a clumsy challenge. Maybe a frustration foul here from Salt. And he is booked. I think the British Virgin Islands thought there was a handball earlier in that sequence, and then, well, Salt, my goodness me, just completely takes out Watson from behind. Here comes some changes here. Tamiko Jordan. He's going to come in for Barbados. Shamari Leonard and Anthony Gangu are both going to come in for the British Virgin Islands. Again, Barbados win the ball back high up the field here. On the edge of the area, it nearly ricochets for Small, but it's cleared away. Was that a foul there? Yes, referee gives it. And that Barbados attack is going to fizzle out here. Roach extending that right arm. After Barbados brought Jordan in for Peters, we're left with just a couple of outfield players left on the bench from Mark Nunez. Dangu and Leonard coming in for Penn and William for the British Virgin Islands. They still have quite a few players they could bring on if they want to as we get towards the final 20 minutes of normal time here in Aruba. These two teams trying to finish strong at the end of the tournament. Barbados, though, have certainly dominated proceedings here. They've been wonderful from the opening whistle, really. They've gotten up even another level here in the second half. That ball rolled out of play on this near side. It's a throw. Eventually it rolls out for a throw-in to the British Virgin Islands. Well, that ball came in and almost hit an arm there. In the end, that Barbados are able to still move this ahead, even with a player down tying their boots at the moment. Eventually it rolls goalkeeper to goalkeeper almost to Trayvon Stevens. Well, Stevens plays a long ball over the top here. Charles. Can the British Virgin Islands get one back here? Lovely cutback. And maybe one too many dribbles from Lawton. Never got the shot away. Ended up getting dispossessed at the vital moment. That ball he's nearly threaded through, but cleared away. Small. Oh, lovely feed here. And the shot! Ooh, just fizzed over the top. Good attempt. The captain, I should say, Roach, does really well here. Rides the challenge. Gets a decent shot away as well. But one that I think Stevens would have had covered if it was on target. And now another takeaway here for Barbados. And they do finish it, but the whistle goes for offside. We saw the back end of that sequence, but Jordan and company see that goal chalked out. It will not be given. Oh, Salt. Well, Barbados thought Salt committed a foul there, and of course he's on a yellow card. Has to be careful. The Barbados player is still down here as the British Virgin Islands move this forward. But again, eventually, Barbados do win the ball back. After the referee brings it to a halt here, there's actually two Barbados players down, potentially injured here. Remember, we mentioned earlier that Barbados only have two outfield players left that they have not substituted in. So we'll see if they have to make a decision here. And here comes some more British Virgin Island substitutions here. Mayan Baptiste, Karik Matthew, Devin Daly, all coming on. Charles makes way on the first change. There's Charles leaving, allowing Matthew to come in. Now all three changes are made, and actually for the British Virgin Islands, that leaves them with no outfield players left. This was the possible foul with Saltz going through the back of Watson, it looked like, and the referee didn't see that as a foul, which I think shocked a few Barbados players. And the thing with that, of course, is that no assault has already been booked, so that would have been a very dangerous challenge to make if the referee had then, of course, gone on and blown his whistle, which he did not. But Watson is back up, and then I think it was Small who also went down. He's still walking a little bit gingerly. Number 7 in blue, middle of your screen. The ball did go out earlier in that sequence, so it will be a British Virgin Islands throw, although the referee has now brought it to a halt again. And now says, let's play on. And again, there's your goal scoring summary. Small with a brace. Ward, King, and Peters with the other goals for Barbados. Here is Small, looking for the hat trick. Well held by Stevens, under pressure, and the referee blows his whistle there to stop the play. Stevens bobbled the initial attempt, did well though to stop any follow-up and may have taken contact in the process there. Waiting to see if Stevens is gonna be okay, of course. Did well, the goalkeeper. Brave defending there, just to make sure that Barbados didn't have an easy tap-in on the follow-up. Coming down on the final 12 minutes, plus stoppages here. There's the confirmation of that big wave of changes from the British Virgin Islands. Like so Charles, Freights, and Penn all making way. Just the backup goalkeeper, Kajani Prevost, left on the British Virgin Islands bench. Again, Small on the prowl. And this time he is thwarted on this near side. That's not yet definitively cleared yet. The British Virgin Islands here, and they do eventually get it towards the halfway line. Watson lays it off for King. And King forced to settle for a throw in here. Waterman, clever, although he goes down. Play continues for Watson and company here. Ward on the turn as the ball almost hits Waterman. The referee then brings it to a stoppage here. Again, we mentioned it just a moment ago. Barbados do still have a couple of outfield players left. Ty Gittins and Ricardo on their bench. If they do need to make another late change here, we'll see about that. Waterman is able to finally walk off. This was the challenge that led to that. A little bit of a clip on the back end there. We'll see if Ty Waterman can continue. Ty Gittins is the last remaining defender available on the Barbados bench. 3 of the goals in the first half, 2 in the second half. Barbados have cruised through a vast majority of this game, and the British Virgin Islands nearly grab one back, but the shot hits the side netting and goes out of play. Well, that was Gangu, who did so well here to get past the challenge. Oh, and he goes with his right boot from a tight angle. If he had gone with his left, I think at bare minimum he puts that on target. That was the best chance the British Virgin Islands have had in the second half. Pounder up the other end for Barbados. Forced to slow it down a tick at the expense of a throw. Barbados will take it on the far side. Watson out wide. Pounder. Good cross into the middle. Headed away though. Here on the follow-up, again, Barbados working their way through. It's a lovely individual run here by Roach. Pounder off the layoff. Skies it over the top. Well, again, Roach does ever so well here. Falls kindly for the substitute, Sasha Pounder. But he could not put it on target. Another chance here for the British Virgin Islands. Oh, and they could have played it over as well. Oh, but the offside flag's gone up. Oh, even the couple of gasps from the British Virgin Islands technical area. They did not seem to agree with that decision. But the attack fizzles out at the end. Well, it was tight. At least it looked tight from our vantage point, but the assistant referee gets the flag up. Couple of gaps opening up here at the back for Barbados down the stretch here. But the British Virgin Islands could not take full advantage in the end. Here was the last sequence. Pounder spinning past the challenge, but clipped on the back end. From the free kick, it's right on the doorstep, and it's cleared away. Barbados will look to pick up the pieces here. Oh, and Waterman, who's trying to give it a go here, miscontrols his touch. He's really walking gingerly at the moment. That header sends the British Virgin Islands in behind again, but King is there to clear it. There is Small. And Small's pass forward was picked off, and then he commits a foul trying to win it back. Free kick. Not clearly a foul. We just said it, Ty Waterman has tried to give this a go here for Barbados. And now he is back down on the ground. And now Barbados are getting Ricardo set to come on. You feel for Ty Waterman. Barbados very close to celebrating a positive and strong ending to their tournament, but Waterman is not going to be able to see out the final few minutes here. You do feel for him from that perspective. Waterman will get attended to on the sideline. We wish him well. This was the first challenge when we noticed that there was a problem. Waterman went down after spinning through. Tried to give it a go after that, could not continue. And Ricardo is on to take his place. 3 minutes, just under 3 minutes, plus stoppage time left in the match here. Again, have to say, just have to wax lyrical about how good Barbados have been here. They've struggled in the tournament. They've come in here and they've clearly kept the confidence. They've kept the faith and the belief that they could finish this tournament strong, and they have certainly done that. You feel for the British Virgin Islands, who have had some positive moments at times at this tournament. They will have to go back to the drawing board after today, for sure. Early cross in. Oh, it nearly fell for Small, who, remember, is on a hat trick, but it's touched away and cleared. Again, Barbados going to win the battle here in the midfield. They briefly had it back, but then a trip and a foul sees the British Virgin Islands win the ball back. Now, the luck, well, there actually wasn't a ton of contact there, but enough, says the referee. Roach fouling Quinn Pascoe. Played up ahead by Stevens. In the end, Downs is there. Crossfield ball is picked off here. He set back for Watson. He's covered a lot of ground in this game as a sub. That's one back here by the British Virgin Islands, who have some numbers here. This is Salt. And Salt keeps on barreling forward here, eventually losing out. Amari Small. Cutting past one and another, and he's fouled. And that could be a second yellow here. Yes, no assault. He's gonna get sent off. Well, no assault. He's had a couple of poor challenges since picking up that yellow card. He was asking for trouble here, and the referee really had no choice. Second yellow, that's a red. And the British Virgin Islands are going to finish on a sour note here. Down to 10 here in second half stoppage time. And really, they should have no complaints over that. Very, very poorly timed tackle. You can sympathize to a point with some of the British Virgin Islands frustrations here, but my goodness me, that is a really, really poor tackle. Salt knew he was on a yellow, didn't need to do it. Referee had no choice. He's off, and rightly so. There's just some moments, as Small is still being looked after here after taking the brunt of that contact after a wonderful run, by the way. Gallop past a couple of challenges. He's asking for a sub, by the way. Amari Small, we'll see if Mark Nunez will acquiesce. There's just some moments where a referee just give them no choice. They have to go to the pocket. And that was case and point on that particular occasion. From the free kick, well held by Stevens. That ball is played forward over the halfway line, and that is full time. Well, a brilliant ending to their tournament here for Barbados. They were spectacular from start to finish. They almost didn't want this game to end. You could see it on some of their faces here. They would have loved to have played for another 15 or 20 minutes or so. But they'll be fine, just fine indeed, with a 5-0 win. 4 different goal scorers along the way. A brace for Amari Small. Paced them along the way. Some positive moments for the British Virgin Islands, but I must say it ended on a sour note with Noah Salt getting sent off with a second yellow card right at the end. Barbados finished with their first win, and my goodness me, with a convincing win as well. We said this earlier, really from start to finish, Barbados, through their repressing in the midfield, their ability to get out to the wide areas and make an impact, that's where they were really able to dominate the game. And the British Virgin Islands, particularly in the first half, were able to hang with them at times, but in the second half, particularly those first 10 to 15 minutes, Barbados really slammed home their dominance and their advantage in this game. And frankly, the last 20, 25 minutes or so of the game, Barbados really got to be on cruise control as they managed the game out. And we talked about it, which team was going to show their defensive improvements in this game as well. Well, Barbados, they get a clean sheet. That's a very, very nice feather in the cap of Mark Nunez's side as their tournament comes to a close. British Virgin Islands will go back to the drawing board. We expect good and better things from them ahead. This is what these tournaments are about. You get these reps, you get these opportunities on a big stage with the hope you go back to the drawing board and improve for the games that are ahead. But it is all smiles for the boys in blue here from Barbados as they finish off this tournament, the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship campaign, with a win and one of their better performances in recent tournaments as well. Certainly their best performance of this tournament. That's definitely without question. And of course, in a moment, we will get a chance to recap it with the full-time highlights. There's quite a bit to get to. And we'll jump into them right now, right on cue. Well, we said it really from the jump in this game. Barbados were excellent. From the first whistle to the final whistle, they were the better team. They were dominant at times, and of course, super ruthless and clinical in the final third. In the first half, Thorne unleashing a vicious volley there. That went over the top and out of play. Then Goodridge brought down for a foul and a free kick that saw Charles pick up an early yellow card. And from that set piece, a lovely little dinked header over the top of the goalkeeper and in to give Barbados the lead. It was Malik Peters who made it 1-0, and that really got Barbados on their way. They really never looked back after that. Although I must say, that was nearly an equalizer. British Virgin Islands a bit unfortunate there. King making a big save. But then Amari Small sliding that one through to make it 2-0. Just getting it past the outstretched arm of Stevens. Small involved again. He really shined, Amari Small, in this game. Nearly scored another. Parried onto the bar and over the top. Ward brought down their free kick. Yellow card for William for that challenge just outside the area. Then here from a set piece, the header from Adam King to make it 3-0 for Barbados, and that is the lead they would take into the halftime break, although Small nearly made it 4-0 just a few moments after that. Second half, more of the same from Barbados. Amari Small again never gives up on the play here. Stevens fumbles it. Small finishes it. 4-0, just a couple of minutes into the start of the second half. And then Waterman and others were excellent, trying to get more and more involved. And then Small here for Pounder rounding the back. Could not put it on target. And then this shot from Roach off the post. Ward on the follow-up. Scores to make it 5-0 on the ricochet. And you can just see what it means to Barbados. Massive celebrations for a job well done. There was the first no assault challenge. He was frustrated after he thought a handball should have been given up the other end. That's a yellow card. That's a bit of foreshadowing as well. We'll get back to him in a moment. Meanwhile, Small and Barbados were relentless. They just kept on creating more and more chances. Even at 5-0, they were hungry for more. This was the British Virgin Islands' best chance in the second half. Gangu into the side netting. Pounder had a chance to score for Barbados up the other end. Sent it over the top, and then Salt to rub salt in the wound. Mistimes his tackle. Referee has no choice. Second yellow, red card. And the British Virgin Islands finish with 10. Barbados finish with a win. And a very memorable victory by 5-0. Tip of the cap to Barbados. They finish this journey here strong with a 5-0 win over the British Virgin Islands. For our entire crew, I'm Sean St. Jacques. We say so long from Aruba. Barbados win it by 5-0 and finish the tournament on a high note.